And we are once again live, coming to you from Parliament Building in downtown Castries. The House of Assembly sitting continues. We have the debates that have so far ensued, and the Speaker of the House is now entering for the afternoon session today, 15th April 2021.
Honorable members, please be reminded that the question before this Honorable House is that the Appropriation 2021-2022 bill be read a second time. Member for Meekud North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must begin by thanking the people of Meekud North for entrusting their well-being and that of their families to me and the United Workers' Party, the only party that has proven to deliver to the people of that constituency. Mr. Speaker, and I will say more about that as the presentation unfolds. But allow me, please, on this occasion, to begin by underscoring and highlighting some fantastic work done by a beautiful team of men and women, largely women, I must say, in the Department of Sustainable Development. And they will recall our early conversations when I said to them that we travel all over the world, they travel all over the world as technical officers, give sterling service to this country and to this region, bring back to St. Lucia millions of dollars, and very seldom do you hear of the human impact of that effort. And that is why today I begin with a presentation depicting their fantastic work and how their efforts here, regionally and internationally, have redounded to the benefit of St. Lucians, enhancing their livelihoods and ensuring, very importantly, sustainable livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pain when I think about the disruption and unprecedented devastation that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to our lives in St. Lucia and indeed the rest of the world. However, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has also presented us with a significant opportunity for countries such as St. Lucia to undertake urgent green recovery efforts by integrating environmental concerns such as climate action, biodiversity conservation, effective ecosystems management, and sustainable consumption and production into building St. Lucia back much better and stronger than before under a United Workers' Party administration. While the pandemic may have restricted our lives to virtual meetings and curfews, I strongly believe that everyone here will agree that it has not succeeded in breaking our spirits, and that in fact, it has strengthened our resolve as a nation to rise from the pandemic ashes like the phoenix rises from the ashes. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to demonstrate how this government has been able to undertake tremendous work in the face of this global pandemic. In the area of biodiversity, Mr. Speaker, as the government entity responsible for guiding the sustainable management of biodiversity and fair sharing of its resources and benefits, my ministry has been tirelessly promoting the development of initiatives within the blue, green, and circular economic models which optimize the value of nature while also respecting its limits. This is articulated in our National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which was approved by this cabinet, this government in 2020, with its main goals being to internalize and integrate biodiversity and ecosystem values, generate biodiversity benefits for all citizens, and effective sustainable management and use of genetic and biological resources. These goals, Mr. Speaker, will be met through behavioral change, catalyzed by knowledge management and enhanced capacity of not only our government agency, but also civil society organizations, academia, and other relevant stakeholders, as we recognize that proper management and conservation of our precious plants and animals require a collaborative approach. Mr. Speaker, getting the NBSAP approved is only the beginning, and St. Lucia will receive $4.8 million in grant funds from the Global Environment Facility to implement the NBSAP over the next 3 years. These funds will be programmed towards development of bio-livelihoods, which use natural resources responsibly and ensure that future generations can also benefit. Mr. Speaker, our young entrepreneurs along the coast, from Babno down through to Dennery, Miku, Pale, Labrie, will all benefit from some of the sustainable programs that we have undertaken, and I will speak to that shortly. Mr. Speaker, you will recall my government's efforts in 2019 at addressing effective management of plastic pollution in our environment and the associated health side effects of daily use of some food service containers, and hence we introduced the Styrofoam and Plastic Food Service Containers Prohibition Act number 22 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, again, we would have heard the cries of stakeholders when the ban was introduced, and we made the necessary adjustments to accommodate stakeholders, but always mindful that we're united in mission and vision to ensure a healthier, greener, safer, plastic-free St. Lucia. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that to date we have approved a total of 11 requests for concessions on importation of alternatives to single-use plastics and styrofoam. And Mr. Speaker, we also expect the number of importers taking advantage of the import duty waiver to increase this year as economic activity picks up in response to the expected uptake in vaccinations across the island. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all our efforts, the proliferation of waste material across the island, including the accumulation of plastics in the marine environment, and we saw it firsthand earlier this week actually, with the heavy rains, we saw plastics rising to the surface above floodwaters, and therefore I want to urge the people of St. Lucia that we still have to do a little more to ensure that we have a plastic-free St. Lucia, a pollution-free St. Lucia, so we do not experience the kinds of flooding that we saw a couple of days ago impacting our villages, towns, and city in many respects. There's more that we can do in terms of recalibrating our thinking and adjusting our behavior as it pertains to the use of single-use plastics, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do what we need to do in that regard. In September 2020, you will recall, the St. Lucia National Conservation Fund, with support from Massey Store's Environmental Fund, provided government with funding to implement a marine litter management project to raise awareness of the negative effects of marine litter, especially single-use plastics, on the marine and coastal environment. Mr. Speaker, I want to recall also our efforts with respect to introducing reusable bags, and the partnership of entities such as Massey and other business places are following suit as well. With respect to ecosystem management, Mr. Speaker, over the last year, the pandemic has brought massive disruptions to all our lives, and with that, tremendous hardship and pain for nearly all St. Lucians. But, Mr. Speaker, there is good in every sad situation. And let me assure my people that there is a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Mr. Speaker, support was also received under the GF6 project on integrated ecosystem management and the restoration of forests on the southeast coast of St. Lucia. And we continue with the execution of the final phase of the Ianola Natural Resource Management of the Northeast Coast Project, a project that continues to benefit citizens along the Northeast Coast. We are working towards ensuring that we provide much needed relief to the people on the East Coast. And these two projects, Mr. Speaker, total just over $15 million and will help to bring sustainable livelihood options to the people along the coast. And for that, we are tremendously grateful. So, Mr. Speaker, this project will enable sustainable economic development of St. Lucia's East Coast from Moshi in the north to Labrie in the south. The projects are focused primarily on maintaining and restoring healthy ecosystems, and some focused communities include Moshi, Babonneau, Debara, Poile, Angers, Vieux-Fort, and Labrie. Mr. Speaker, another focus of these projects is the development of public-private partnership financing mechanisms to promote both economic development and ecosystem protection in the project area. Mr. Speaker, there is tremendous benefit to be had from the injection of $15 million, and I pray that thus far we have realized some benefits to the extent that there are currently 15 community members from the project area employed to undertake reforestation activities on degraded public lands and around critical watersheds, including riverbanks. This is so timely, so apt, so important, especially given what we experienced earlier this week. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of these projects is that they are not limited to addressing environmental concerns, but rather reach across several sectors, from agriculture, promoting agroforestry initiatives, tourism, promoting ecotourism, income-generating activities, forestry, rehabilitating landscapes, energy, installing renewable energy technologies in the project area, and even under education, which involves the establishment of a nursery for the Vieux-Fort Secondary Comprehensive School. This nursery placed at that school will be used as a model for other schools to replicate as we seek to encourage young people to participate in the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia also received $950,000 to prepare its UNFCCC report and on our national greenhouse gas emissions, and with respect to information on our mitigation efforts. And Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the various hurdles that we had to overcome because of COVID, we have remained true to our commitment to the international bodies and to our beautiful country to ensure that our efforts regarding climate action are not abated, and we continue apace to ensure that St. Lucia does its part as well. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia continues to persevere and to produce results in the midst of the pandemic, with the completion of our second nationally determined contributions in late 2020, along with a finance strategy and an implementation plan to guide the implementation of this NDC. And why is that important, Mr. Speaker? These efforts allow for us to mainstream our various climatic concerns and to better position St. Lucia to benefit from grant funding to finance the various initiatives which I have detailed earlier that find a home in the various sectors and agencies across government. Mr. Speaker, similarly, we have done what is required with respect to our national adaptation planning process, and I'm happy to say that further to these strategies and plans, and through a collaborative and consultative process which saw the participation of both public and private sectors, along with community and civil society groups, we developed and subsequently received Cabinet's endorsement in 2020 of St. Lucia's Resilient Ecosystems Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, a private sector engagement strategy for climate change, a climate financing strategy, and a climate change research policy and strategy. And sometimes people hear of these things and don't fully appreciate the impact until when we have something like a volcanic eruption or a hurricane or flooding. But that's the kind of backdrop in terms of policy and regulation and resource mobilization that makes it possible to respond when those climatic events do occur. Mr. Speaker, I want at this point to say how grateful I am to the women and men who work in the Department of Sustainable Development for the millions of dollars that they have mobilized, and I'm sure you would have heard of many of those projects, some placed in agriculture, in physical planning, in equity, and in education, because what we realize is that the various ambitions as espoused under the Sustainable Development Goals are not separate at all. They are in fact interconnected. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I now turn to education. And we know what obtained internationally. Our education sector was profoundly impacted by the COVID-19 virus. And though it has been a very challenging year, the Department of Education, Innovation, and Gender Relations has been able to respond. And we have evolved and we continue with the implementation of the mandate of that ministry, notwithstanding the challenges that we are confronted with. All of the undertakings of the department during this year have been people-centered, because that is what we do. Ensure that every undertaking, as I just outlined with respect to sustainable development, that we impact lives in a very real, material, tangible, and sustainable way. All initiatives implemented undertook to improve the quality of education, the education environment, improve teaching and learning, and set out students on various paths to success. During this year, the areas of focus for the Department of Education can be captured under three broad headings, if I may. These being information and communication, technology in education, school rehabilitation and infrastructure, and the promotion of technical and vocational education and training. While COVID-19 may have challenged our structures, it presented a fantastic opportunity to accelerate the integration of information and communication technology into education. To this end, we saw the introduction of e-books into our education landscape. What started out as a pilot project in January of 2020, impacting 3,000 teachers and students, has now been expanded to cater to the needs of an additional 5,000 teachers and students. By the end of March 2021, it is expected that every secondary school student from Forms 2 to 4 will have had access to an e-book which contains content relevant to their subject syllabi, a significant achievement for this administration, Mr. Speaker. It is easy to make this into a debate about laptops and learn books. However, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to once again highlight that this initiative is but one pillar, one component of the department's ecosystem of e-education. I previously defined e-education as the integration or infusion of information communications technologies, digital technologies in the exercise and experience of teaching and learning. This, Mr. Speaker, cannot be limited to just the provision of devices or laptops. The other key components are connectivity. What does it gain the sector in introducing learn books into schools, or what gain is to be had by introducing learn books into schools and provide teachers with laptops, procure desktops, or e-testing, and then not ensure that there's adequate bandwidth? This is the material difference, Mr. Speaker. To not factor in this critical component of connectivity would be that all other efforts would be doomed to failure. Cognizant of this, the Department of Education, Innovation and Gender Relations fully supported and participated in the rollout of CARSIP and GINET projects, initiatives that have served us well in this virtual learning environment and will continue to bear fruit for the education sector with significant returns, especially when it is that we return to what we may want to dub some form of normalcy. We recognize too that even outside of these interventions, there are still connectivity gaps. The department has been proactive in bridging them by furnishing 4,500 households with MiFi devices, recognizing the importance of connectivity and ensuring that no child and no family will be left behind, thus ensuring that this pillar within the e-education ecosystem is solid and can support the other components as well. The third pillar is information and communication technology infrastructure. And this is as important as the others in the system. When we speak of ICT infrastructure, we refer to hardware, software, data storage, digital content, security, and networks, which are used to deliver and support IT services and solutions. Through the benevolence, Mr. Speaker, of the government and people of the Republic of China on Taiwan, we can boast of transforming the education landscape as interactive technologies and other support systems have been introduced to our schools, with funding and technical support from the International Cooperation and Development Fund. 6 primary and secondary schools received equipment and devices that will allow for technology-based instruction and learning. And before the end, Mr. Speaker, of the 2021-22 financial year, we will witness the completion of interactive smart classrooms at additional schools on island. And in fact, some of that work is being undertaken as we speak. The IT unit, Mr. Speaker, they've worked day and night to ensure that we bring devices to our children. That unit has been working in overdrive as they sought to upgrade our systems, introduce new platforms, and support our teachers and principals through this new era. Teams of teachers and curriculum officers, Mr. Speaker, have been engaged in content review and development because we recognize we have the local talent and we're leveraging the local talent that we have within the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, while COVID-19 may have presented many challenges, we capitalized on the inherent opportunities, and at this juncture we can say we have unearthed talents, developed new skills, and fostered innovation in the education system. The fourth pillar, Mr. Speaker, is training. Very important, training. Training of our instructional leaders, teachers, and officers, developing and augmenting the skills necessary for functioning effectively in a virtual space, leveraging the digital technologies I referenced earlier. This major investment in ICT in education would amount to naught if the persons expected to utilize the technology to implement, to maintain the other components were not properly trained or coached. And that is why training is so very important. Apart from the training provided in-house and in collaboration with Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, the department offered free certified Coursera courses to teachers and to other citizens as well. In fact, I met a young lady recently who herself had done over 12 free Coursera courses. And I had a distinct pleasure of addressing one of the graduation ceremonies, the kind of offerings that we make available to young people free of charge, so that in this COVID environment, they can retool, they can upskill, or even consider changing their current career path. And I want to applaud that effort. These training packages included, among others, courses such as ICT integration into education, using Google Classrooms, and a host of other programs that teachers will find useful and have found to be very beneficial as they navigate the various learning platforms. Mr. Speaker, the success of ICT integration in education is contingent on teachers being properly trained, and the department continues its efforts in training of teachers and preparing them to be effective in the virtual teaching space. In the past year, the government of St. Lucia, through this ministry, has spent in excess of $8 million on solidifying the e-education ecosystem, a material investment in our young people, ensuring that they are adequately outfitted to participate not only in the local economy, but in the knowledge economy, in the global e-economy. And you would have heard, Mr. Speaker, the number of corporations that are now in effect going digital, which means that geography is no longer a barrier, that they can sit in their bedrooms anywhere in St. Lucia, and thanks to the skills that they have garnered, that they can participate meaningfully in the global economy and make a wage from home by leveraging their IT skills. In that vein, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I must recognize, too, the contribution of other sister agencies such as UNICEF, the World Bank, and the OECS Commission. I want to say in particular that what we have been able to do during the lockdown, so to speak, or in the periods when we had no physical contact in school, it was thanks to UNICEF that we were able to mobilize the resources to host classes online and via various media such as the radio and television to take the classroom into the homes of St. Lucian so that the children would not suffer dramatically from a break in their instruction. I want to thank UNICEF and other partner agencies for that. And the OECS in particular was the beneficiary of funding from the Global Partnership for Education, which is why now many of our district education offices are outfitted with the requisite technology to host their learning programs should they choose to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, 2020 brought with it lots of challenges, but also tremendous benefit. 2020 saw the full electronic administration of CXC exams and CAPE exams, and through a $3.8 million provision made in last year's budget, we were able to upgrade the equipment at our schools and procure over 400 desktop computers and laptops to be used for these exams, while simultaneously upgrading, augmenting, and increasing the stock of computers at schools. I'll say this in another way, Mr. Speaker, to remind us that CXC a couple years ago introduced e-testing, which means that the exams would be administered through digital modes using a computer or laptop. And so it became necessary for us to ensure that the CXC testing sites had sufficient computers and laptops to allow for St. students to sit their CXC exams or their e-tests. We were able to do that thanks to the injection of resources that received, amounting to $3.8 million. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we profess or articulate a particular vision, we understand too that we have to make the necessary financial resources available so that the vision can materialize and come to full fruition, as we are seeing now with the integration of ICT in education. So, Mr. Speaker, at last count, over 8,008 books, learn books in circulation, and again, the learn books are outfitted, do come with the curricula. Almost 1,000 laptops or more, MiFi's 4,500, in fact, over 1,000 laptops, given to teachers. We have 4,500 laptops, over $8 million spent by the government of St. Lucia, a further $8 million spent by the NTRC, an injection of approximately $16 million to ensure that our vision of ensuring that students in St. Lucia do have a digital experience and can leverage the technology, that effort matched by the requisite resources and the commitment of our teachers and educators, Mr. Speaker, we've been able to shift the needle significantly in that regard. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, the injection of funds provided for the rehabilitation of school has been a significant point of discussion. And it's significant because I recall so vividly when I walked into the Mikud Secondary School and saw a termite-ridden block set to receive students. And I said to the teachers, principal, and students, I would not want to teach in that classroom. I would not want to sit in a classroom such as this. And I cannot therefore subject the children of this nation to conditions such as this. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that condition was not unique to the Mikud Secondary School. All over this country, schools were in a state of disrepair, and that is what we inherited in 2016, and that is what we were set to repair thanks to a $28.2 million injection. The school plants are in a much better condition today. So, Mr. Speaker, there is some distance to go still, but we know that in the first 5 years, and notice I said the first 5 years because the second will be guaranteed to us because the people of this nation have experienced the material difference. They have been able in education to experience a difference, in health to experience a difference. And in passing, Mr. Speaker, I notice there's a discussion about a distress fund and what we do now versus what the Labour Party did back then. Let me say to the people of St. Lucia, what we have given to fire victims, to St. Lucians requiring health care here and overseas, far exceeds what the Labour Party ever spent through the distress fund. So let's not get caught up in issues of nomenclature and budget lines. It is the resources that we make available when people are in need. So, Mr. Speaker, I have demonstrated that this government, this United Workers' Party administration, when it articulates a vision, when it articulates a goal, and one of the things that I find colleagues opposite finding it difficult to digest is an aspirational ambition, aspirational goal to lift St. Lucians from where they are to a better and more deserving place. That is the ambition of this United Workers' Party under the leadership of the Minister for Finance and member for Deriso. And that can't happen overnight. That does require a long walk. But we have demonstrated that in the last 4.5 years, what we have done has set the tone for a more progressive, more advanced, more people-centered, a better St. Lucia for all, because we have laid a platform that St. Lucia has never seen before in 4.5 years. So whether you talk about roads, and roads are not just about motorability and connecting communities. Roads are about employment. Roads are about opening up new economic spaces. Ask the people who never had a motorable road to their home what it means now for their corner store. That more people can access their little tea boutique. That more people can come to their bars. That more people can come and do their hair and their nails. That you're opening up economic spaces when you build a road. So it's not just the road in and of itself. It's what that road means in terms of opening up economic opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, we know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. St. Lucians appreciate what we're doing. They can feel it, they can experience it. And you ask the people of Laguerre how delighted and elated they are that now we have started the new Laguerre school. Thanks to this gentleman who's just offered me a glass of water. In fact, he's responsible for Wasco. Very good water. Water is life indeed. The people of Laguerre are so delighted that something which was previously denied to them, questioned in this house as to whether they were deserving, this member for Babonneau and this administration has seen it fitting to give to the people of Laguerre a state-of-the-art smart school. They are more than deserving of the nearly $8 million investment we are making in young people in Laguerre. And in Vide-Bouteille, $7.3 million will go towards the construction of that facility, that school as well, benefiting over 385 students and 24 staff. The Gordon and Walcott Memorial School, what we call the Methodist School, $5 million again, an investment. This is not spending money, this is investing in tomorrow, investing in young people. At the South Louis Community College, I was shocked when I did my first walkabout there upon assuming this office to see the state of the annex and other buildings that had fallen into disrepair. You would have thought that that would have been a priority of the Labour Party to see to it that the South Louis Community College was fit for habitation and instruction, which then forced us to seek a temporary home for some departments. But thanks to the investment that we've made in people, the concern and love that we have for the people of this nation, building by building, we are restoring Sir Arthur Lewis Community College to its former glory. And Mr. Speaker, in time you will hear of how the rehabilitation that we have done, exceeding over $3 to $4 million, has benefited over 2,200 young St. Lucians who attend that school, that college. And I can go on, Mr. Speaker, to talk about what we've done in the early childhood education sector in Moshi. The people of Moshi have now a state-of-the-art early childhood development center costing us $1.3 million because the children of our nation, the children of Moshi, deserve a solid foundation, a solid start, because we know in the education sector the first 1,000 days of your life matter, and that is why you will see 3 new early childhood development centers, one in Moshi, one in Jacmel, and one, of course, in Micoud North, in the community of Micoud Village, exceeded in total 246, almost $6 million. And that is what we do for the people of this country. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I hear there's a lot of anxiety about the date of the election. Worry not your heart. We will all be seated on this side, and some of you may even disappear on the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, you know of what we're doing. As I referenced earlier, the experience I had at the Micoud Secondary School, and that is why through the DVRP we injected $5.8 million to build a new third form block. And I've said to the people of Micoud North, albeit block by block, form by form, eventually we will have a new Micoud Secondary School, because the more than 600 students who attend that school deserve that and more. In Patience, we spent $2.6 million on a new block because we merged the school when we inherited the almost dilapidated Monrepo Combined School. And when you go through the Fontenay report, the people who want to pretend that they had never seen the report before, and we were the first readers of the report, it became urgent and necessary, Mr. Speaker, for us to consider what is the best thing for the people of that community. And now we can speak of a merged Monipo-Passias combined school, Mr. Speaker. And similarly, again, the benefits of good thinking, sensible thinking, forward thinking, and planning. We are the ones who had to find the resources to build a bean field block, because those who established it seem to have forgotten that in time it would be needing more space to accommodate the students as they went through the upper forms. We invested $2.35 million in a new beanfield block in Viewfort South, right there in the heart of that constituency. We were the ones who did that, Mr. Speaker. Viewfort South, indeed. And there is more. And I'm sure my colleagues in turn will speak to the things that fall within their purview. But also, Mr. Speaker, it must be said that the work has only just started. And I know that St. Lucia wants to see more of this fantastic work continue. I recall very vividly, on the invitation of the Prime Minister, some colleagues and I visited Washington, D.C. to engage the World Bank to discuss what is best for St. Lucia at this time with respect to human development, developing our human capital. And we had long lamented that our tradesmen and women don't get the kind of training that they require to maximize on their skill and to attract the kinds of wages that they could if they were certified. And that is why now, Mr. Speaker, you hear of a human capital resilience project with a significant component that pays attention to technical vocational education and training, because we recognize that our tradesmen and women, when certified, have greater leverage in the labor market, and that is why we are equipping them with the necessary training. And their trainers too, the facilitators, many of whom themselves do not have or had not had formal training, will now have the benefit of becoming certified too, so that they can match their know-how with the relevant certification so that they can enhance the economic stance in the labor market. A similar project, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the UK government, called our Skills for Youth Employment Program through the NELU office, has a similar ambition to ensure that St. Lucians really do get to experience formal training to enhance whatever natural gift. Very often when we speak of people in in technical vocational areas, we think of them having a natural gift. But we want to certify that natural gift you have for tiling, that natural gift you have as a plumber, that natural gift you have as a jewelry maker, that natural gift you have as a hairdresser, that natural gift you have as a masseuse, that we require. And we are ensuring that you have the certification that, by the way, is portable. In other words, it can be used and is relevant and recognized not only here in St. Lucia, but throughout the Caribbean and outside as well, depending. That human capital resilience project, Mr. Speaker, amounts to, in fact, rather $10 million of that project have been allocated towards strengthening the technical vocational education technical workforce through, as I said, the Human Capital Resilience Project. Mr. Speaker, again, if you were to comb through our manifesto and to read what we had promised the people of St. Lucia, this is material evidence of delivering on a promise to the people, $10 million dedicated for that purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm left with about 15 minutes, it looks like it. On gender, I must say something about gender, because every time we are greeted with some unsavory, unpleasant, heinous crime, people ask, what are we doing? What have we done? And I want to thank the magicians for in that unit, so few of them doing so much fantastic work, that they've been able to mobilize resources from the CDB, the Canadian government, UN Women, UNFPA, UNESCO, all in an effort to enhancing the condition of women, to providing a safe house for women, to ensuring that government agencies are more sensitive to gender-related issues, what we call gender mainstreaming, that any development ambition must be infused with some gender sensitivity. And of course, we've been able to do that through the good efforts of agencies like UNESCO, UNICEF, UN Women, UNFPA. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, between 2019, August and March of 2020, 15 national report drafters across 10 departments were identified and trained specifically for drafting St. Lucia's national reports to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, what we call CEDAW. A further 99 senior officers from 10 departments received similar training, and the expectation is, Mr. Speaker, that we can infuse some gender sensitivity into the various initiatives, policies, plans, and strategies, that women and girls are not an afterthought, that the condition of young boys and males, that these are not an afterthought, and we don't respond only because they're in crisis, but rather we cater for them in the drafting of our various development ambitions and initiatives. I have a long list of achievements here, Mr. Speaker, but before the time expires, I need to do for the people what is due to them, because without them, I wouldn't be standing in this honorable house. So, Micoud North. Mr. Speaker, over the last couple months, following several different kinds of incidents and finding myself in some very curious spaces, it became very clear to me that indeed, nous toutes à Micoud North, c'est une famille. We are all one family in Micoud North. And you would know that, Mr. Speaker. There are other people in this house who would know how well connected the various sub-communities are, how the various extended families connect one to the other. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in my representation of the people of Micoud North, in the forefront of my mind always, c'est nous toutes, c'est une famille à Micoud North. And allow me therefore, Mr. Speaker, to go through, do you want to hear the second part of that tagline? Nous toutes, c'est une famille à Micoud North, nous kawete epi anti-gale. I saw you begging for that, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't help myself. So, Mr. Speaker, when we represent beautiful communities such as the community of Micoud North, we are called to do so with verve, with tenacity, with spirit-filled, ensuring that we touch every corner, that whatever we do impacts the community in a very, very profound way. And I have a list here of some of the things I have done thanks to the blessing of my cabinet colleagues over the last 4.5 years. And I have mentioned the construction of a new wing at the Monipo Pastors Combined School. And of course, I can't help but mention the construction of a new football field in Micoud Village, which was promised on the evening of our victory rally. I said, yes, we can have the victory rally here, because I know this is the last time we will use that field in that condition. A new field is coming. Thank you to my colleague from Dennery South, sorry. Thank you to my colleague from Dennery South, Minister for Finance, for making this a priority for the young sportsmen. Micoud South, thank you. Dennery South, thank you. Thank you. The new Micoud Health Center, Mr. Speaker, has been a subject of debate even before I entered the hallowed chambers of this honorable house. Now we can say that the Micoud Health Center is completed, and we wait for the announcement of the commissioning and full use. I just referenced the new Micoud Secondary School wing. a new wing at the Micoud Secondary School as well, and that is fast nearing completion. The construction of a new early childhood center in Micoud Village to match what it is that we have in Monipo in the entity of the Mirage SAC Early Childhood Center. The rehabilitation of the Planet Community Center, and in fact, we were the ones who built that community center in 2011 or thereabouts, and now more recently have had to rehabilitate it, the Planet Community Center. The rehabilitation of the public facility by the sea in the Micoud Village. The infrastructural renovation and rehabilitation of the other facilities in Mang and Monipo up the line. All of these facilities have been rehabilitated. We spoke of a new home for the fishermen and, of course, their storage facilities. The construction of a new road leading to the Planet Community Center and playing field, and the fencing of that playing field as well, Mr. Speaker. The rehabilitation of the Micoud Multipurpose Center under the Labour Party previously. They had removed the people from the Micoud Constituency Council office, and they had set up shop in the Multipurpose Center, and we need to return the facility back to the people, and we've done that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have 10 minutes in which to complete.
Thank you. I have 100 things to go through in 10 minutes. Let's see how we go. Rehabilitation of the Micoud Village Council office, the construction of a new road leading to the Monipo Highway to the newly merged Monipo Pastures Combined School. There are 3 new roads, Mr. Speaker. Where is Queen Dame Sessen Deska to see this? 3 new roads in Common Sessen, displaying and demonstrating to the people of that community how important they are in the social development and advancement of not only that community but the country as well. Mr. Speaker, over 500 school scholarships and bursaries, be it daycare, preschool, infant, and of course a further couple hundred for Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, medical schools, etc., touching people's lives, ensuring that our young people have the economic support to advance their education. The construction of a new Pastures Early Childhood Preschool, which is set to begin shortly. The blocks are already in place. That facility was burnt last February. And then we are set to construct that shortly. A new road in Myatt Gardens, 2 recreational parks bearing the name, one in Monipo of Teacher Joni, the second a children's recreational park. New roads in Micoud Extension Phase 1, as Captain and by the cemetery in Micoud. The installation of LED street lights on the multipurpose court in Patience, that was a health hazard, Mr. Speaker. The resurfacing and installation of LED lights and correcting the electrical fault on that facility. Career readiness phase, installation of AC units for the Micoud Police Station. Mr. Speaker, I say that because the Micoud Police Station, the officers, they are very close to my heart. They know they can come to Antigale, not just to support them in buying a new vehicle, but in building a shed or in AC units or anything else that they need. Because no tooth say, you're from me, Micoud North, we take care of our people. Mr. Speaker, the various tournaments, I won't speak to that. Provision of homes for people with disabilities, footpaths along the highways to ensure the safety of pedestrians, rehabilitation of Mirage Sachs Preschool, the construction of concrete roads in Saint Marie and Loba, and of course soon to begin in La Pointe and in Monipo as well. Mr. Speaker, the installation, this is a long list, ensuring greater levels of safety at the Micoud Library, Mr. Speaker. A new road leading to the Wen playing field, something that the sportsmen and women had asked for at that very first meeting that we had back in 2011, Mr. Speaker. A new water facility at Loba to correct some of the water shortage problems we have in Loba, Pastures, and Monipo. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Babino, the Chairman of WASCO, and his team for responding to that need. And thanks to a BNTF program, we were able to respond to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the restoration of damaged culverts on Peter Farm Road. The other farm roads that we've had to rehabilitate, many of them been washed away by heavy rains. And again, I want to say that the intervention in the coming financial year ought to be more sustainable, because we know those rains can be very detrimental to some of those farm roads, and we do not want to affect the ability of farmers to access their lands to eke out a living. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, the GI net in the community now has renewed value, especially given the interruption to school. And in the coming months, we will see the same being done in Monrepo as well, in the hub of the community right there next to Teacher Joni's Park. The rehabilitation of the Monrepo Community Center, Mr. Speaker, Rayo Farm Road, Day Point, Maho Farm Road, although we have to revisit one or two of those farm roads because the heavy rains from last year and the recent rains this week have really done a number on some of these roads, Mr. Speaker. Material support to Poale, Loba, Pasias, Monrepo, and Miku Village preschools in the COVID context, recognizing that they needed the additional injection of resources to meet the various protocols so as to receive the students back into the school facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we do in sports, this list is way too long to read in the remaining time, but the sportsmen and women of the community, the constituency of Miku North, know what we have done together, whether it be the Independence Road Relay, whether it be football tournaments, cricket tournaments, netball tournaments, when they participate in tournaments nationally or regionally, some of them who have been called to international trials, they know they can come to Antigale and get that lift, that push, so that their dreams can become a reality. Mr. Speaker, what we have done for farmers recently, the donation of water tanks, means a lot to them. And member for Babono, I think I need some more because more farmers have turned up and I need to respond to that. The construction of a new concrete road in Grass Street, Monrepo, Mr. Speaker, and more recently what we are doing with respect to make it more comfortable for market vendors in the village, Mr. Speaker. In effect, what we are doing is to ensure that we live true to the promise that we made to the people. That whether you are a young, aspiring sportsman or woman, whether you are a first-generation scholar, by that I mean you come from a family where no one had previously been to university, you know how we have helped you. Whether it is you have a trade and you wanted to get certification, you know what we have done through the sky, through the TVET Council, you know what we have done. Whether it is you wanted to penetrate the hospitality industry, you know what we did with Monroe. And of course, the fishermen know that we are here for them. You saw what we did for the Kwale fishers, Miku fishers, worry not your heart. You heard for yourself from the Minister for Agriculture with responsibility for fisheries and his officers what we have in store for you. That contract is now signed. That jetty will become a reality. Kusala jetia kavini miku. So I want to thank everybody. I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. There are people I wish I could call by name, but there are so many of you, I will say collective thanks. Thank you for your faith in me and in the United Workers' Party. Thank you for your faith in our Prime Minister and the members of Cabinet. Thank you for endorsing what we do to ensure the enhancement of the well-being of the people of this country. And I want to say special thanks to this Cabinet of the United Workers' Party, because it is this Cabinet of the United Workers' Party that has delivered the most to the people of Miku North, which holds the crown seat of the United Workers' Party. Thank you.
Bill. Auntie Sarah, you going? Auntie Sarah.
Member for Dennery South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is with joy and a thunderous heartbeat that I rise to make my contribution and to give my complete support to the 2021-2022 Appropriation Bill, presented, Mr. Speaker, by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, the member for Miku South, the Honorable Alan Chasley. This was presented on Tuesday, 13th April, 2021. Mr. Speaker, our visionary Prime Minister and member for Miku South presented a wide-ranging and forward-looking budget policy statement under the overarching theme, adapting, overcoming, and persevering. We are a resilient nation. Mr. Speaker, it is from this backdrop that I continue to be inspired by the legendary Mahatma Gandhi, whose spirit reminds us that adaptability is not imitation. It means power of resistance and assimilation. In essence, Mr. Speaker, the budget theme speaks to the power and the potential in us as St. Lucians, both to adapting to cope and adapting to win. And we are winning. Mr. Speaker, Pablo Picasso, the Spanish painter and sculptor, printmaker, and theater designer, sums it up beautifully when he said that action is the fundamental key to success. And we have an action government. And the people of Dennery South, also has an action rep. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the United Workers' Party presented its manifesto to the people of St. Lucia under the theme, Building a Prosperous and Progressive St. Lucia for the benefit of all St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, we presented a new beginning, a vision that the people believed in, and so the people elected us into government. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, today, almost 5 years, and we remain committed to the cause, focus on building a new St. Lucia. However, Mr. Speaker, this journey was not easy. It was not without challenges. And God always knows why He sees to it that we are the ones in government when pandemics have to hit this country, or when there will be natural disasters, because He knows that we are the ones who will be able to take care of His people. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why the Prime Minister is budget statement is quite apt in adapting, overcoming, and persevering. We are a resilient nation. Mr. Speaker, this period has tested the mettle of this Prime Minister and this government. And I must give kudos to the Prime Minister, Alan Michael Chasney, for his courage as a leader and his determination to survive this scourge. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that I heard the Prime Minister in his budget address refer to 20 as brutal. Yet, he remained resolute and committed to improving the socio-economic situation of this beautiful island, St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, amidst the noise of the members opposite and the surrogates, the people of St. Lucia appreciate the valiant effort of our leader and his team during this trying period. Mr. Speaker, on page 11 and 12 of the budget address, the Prime Minister highlighted the domestic performance. He indicated that with COVID-19, the economy contracted by 20.4%. Mr. Speaker, he also indicated that the action we took to stimulate economic growth and to create jobs for our dearly displaced workers from the tourism sector, within the construction sector, the ICT sector, and the manufacturing sectors. Mr. Speaker, we quickly recognize as a cabinet and as a team that we could not allow this economy to be destroyed completely. That we, as a government, had to make our adjustments quickly and coexist with COVID. And that has saved this economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that you will agree that without this swift and prudent action, that is the investment in the public sector, projects of over 200 million in the construction sector, that this sector would have contracted far worse than 9.9%. So, Mr. Speaker, based on all indications, this pandemic would have wrecked our domestic economy. However, through his courage, leadership, and tenacity, the Prime Minister was able to adapt a three-pronged approach to fighting this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in his address presented the plans for 1. Public health. This was obtained through funding to shore up our health care system to provide support to our frontline workers. He established the quarantine facilities, opened the OKEU hospital, and established the Victoria Hospital as a respiratory hospital. He has now secured vaccines, and we are now on a vaccination drive to protect our beautiful nation and our wonderful people, Mr. Speaker. 2, Mr. Speaker, social stabilization program. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister most assiduously sought to provide support to persons who lost their jobs. He provided care packages to the length and breadth of this country, to the most vulnerable amongst many, many other initiatives, as captured on page 16 of his budget address. The third one, Mr. Speaker, is economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, we have now seen the result of the efforts geared towards economic recovery pursued by the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, from page 17 of the budget address, you will see the economic recovery strategies adopted by the Prime Minister. Our members opposite are so impressed by his efforts that every effort they attempt to drum out this strategic approach to building a resilient nation by shouting and being very animated rather than supportive. So, Mr. Speaker, we know as a small island that our economic space is very, very small. And for us to survive in this atmosphere, in what is obtained in the world currently, we have agreed and we have realized that our economic space needs to be vastly larger. Our economic space is way too small, and we need to expand it, at least double it, so that our GDP can be a lot more than it is. And our Prime Minister and this cabinet, we have also agreed that we need to provide the platform for us to take off. And so all the economic activity that we are trying to push on island, all the infrastructure that we are trying to uplift and rebuild, and in some cases build altogether, that is for this economy to take off so that we can build this country and increase or enlarge the economic space on island. Mr. Speaker, when I was given Mr. Speaker, we are a government of action, and that action is transforming and building a new St. Lucia. It can be seen all over the country from north to south, and especially in the Dennery East to the west coast of Sulphur City. So, Mr. Speaker, when I was given the privilege to serve the amazing people of Dennery South in this honorable house as the parliamentary representative, I knew that from the inception, that as a man of action myself, that action by my government is what was needed to transform our beautiful community. And I take my responsibilities very, very, very seriously. And I mean, the reason why I decided that for the lives of the people of Dennery South to be improved, because before I came into politics, I realized that in trying to deal and to work with the reps before me, it was not happening. So sometimes they tell you the best way for the job to get done is for you to do it yourself. And this is what I did, Mr. Speaker. I came in and I'm doing the job myself, and Dennery is seeing the light of that progress. Mr. Speaker, obviously you will see the details on the Dennery segment constituency vibes later in the presentation. Mr. Speaker, we are a people of tenacity, persistence, resolute determination, and spiritual fortitude. Mr. Speaker, I know with the Most High God, who guides and appoints leaders, coupled with the steady and visionary leadership exhibited by our Honorable Prime Minister, we shall overcome. We shall triumph. We will succeed as a nation. And no grave can hold us down. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic brought with it no playbook. By now you would have known that. It is about constant and regular adjustments. This is why it is important to have the ability to adjust to change, to adapt, and to be versatile. Mindful that change is not the one constant thing. Change is the one constant thing. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, this budget comes at a time when the world is hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this prudent and responsible government launches its unprecedented fiscal measures to address the crisis and rescue the economy. Mr. Speaker, this government is responding to the urgent health and economic needs at a time where more expenditure is needed today than ever. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the vision, we have the foresight, we are committed, we have the passion, drive, and tenacity to balance the needs for emergency decision-making, participation and accountability, and equity in its delivery of support, care, and hope for all St. Lucians. And every St. Lucian can agree, once you are not a biased individual, you can agree that this government has done its best under the conditions. Mr. Speaker, this government is ever mindful of its responsibility to the nation. And in this budget, we seek to the reallocation of resources across the nation, across sectors, bringing down the inequalities in terms of earning and wealth, paving the way for economic stability, managing public enterprises, contributing to economic growth, and addressing the critical needs island-wide. Again, all of these are being done so that we will make sure that we increase what is happening to the size of our economy, and we are making preparations in infrastructure so that our economy can take off magnificently. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, permit me to invoke the spirit of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who reminds us that one of the greatest liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. I'm going to repeat that. He reminds us that one of the great liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Every society has its protectors of the status quo, and its fraternities of the indifferent, who are notorious for slipping through revolutions. Today, our very survival depends on our abilities to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenges of change head-on. We must not slip, we must not slumber. And we did what we had to do in keeping this economy afloat and providing for our people. Mr. Speaker, of course, this is a government of foresight. While some on the other side of the political aisle have sight, they have no vision. Good and sound policies are vital for good governance. This critical message is reinforced in the good book, which informs us, Proverbs 29:18, where there is no vision, the people perish. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why the appropriation bill is the policy agenda instrument of the government of St. Lucia, engineered to map the continued way forward to building a resilient St. Lucia. And I will sidetrack a little bit, Mr. Speaker. Before the member for Micoud North, the contribution of the member for Labrie was received by this Honorable House. And as I listened to the member, to me, he could only have been speaking to his leader, to his former leader, I should say, the former Prime Minister of St. Lucia. the member for Beaufort South. Because, and the other thing that came to me as well, Mr. Speaker, is why is that every time the member is not in this chamber, that the members opposite always go after him? It beats me. So he's there now. Oh, that's true. But the member from Library hit him, gave him so much licks on his performance as Prime Minister. And so, Mr. Speaker, we understand that maybe they are frightened of him. Maybe they are afraid of him. Maybe they cannot say what they need to say face to face. So they always wait when he is absent for them to throw stones at him. St. Lucians do not want to perish, Mr. Speaker. This is why in 2016 they saw the light. They saw and embraced the vision. And this is why in 2021 they will continue with a compassionate and caring government of the United Workers' Party. With the vision, energy, skills, and competence to drive St. Lucia forward and not backward. They like saying forward ever, backward never. They say it, but we do it. Action. Action speaks louder than words. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dennery South are staying with the torch of progress that continues to light the development path of this country. And this, Mr. Speaker, you already know. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we speak, a lot of promises are being made in the constituency of Dennery South. A lot. You name it. I will give you this, I will give you that. I will give you this, I promise you this, I promise you that. If you judge from Labour Party's performance and all of the reps who have represented Dennery in the past, and even on island-wide basis, you will see that those individuals just have talk and no action. They cannot deliver. And we have proven time and time again that we on this side always deliver what we promise to our people. And we always do it in difficult times. Most times in difficult times. Pandemics, natural disasters, you name it. Mr. Speaker, I was indeed heartened when I heard the Member of Parliament to my immediate north gave a glowing report on support for employment at the call centers on island. In his words, and I quote, as a good stopgap measure for providing employment, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the member for Dennery North, mindful that he is on an eve of an election, went further to state, and I quote, the SLP will not oppose call centers. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, the member for Dennery North keeps going where he is not supposed to go and wants to blame this administration, the United Workers' Party government, for things he could have probably snapped his finger and achieved. The United Workers' Party government, this administration, They have taken a strategic direction and looked at all the health centers on island. And it is not me to report that here. That has been known for a while now. That in Dennery, a polyclinic is being built. And whether through a transportation system to get persons as quickly as possible from the neighboring communities to the Dennery Polyclinic is the best way to go. But when the member for Dennery North had the opportunity to write a check and to give a contract so that the health center in his constituency could have been refurbished, it was not done. And he wants to blame us. He took large alarming. Come at a check by neighbor Saivle. Who come Ivle? Si c'est yon dollar Ivle like ça, il est gafé. Si c'est $500, il est gafé. Si c'est 500,000, il est gafé. The power was at the tip of his fingers. And he told us about it in this honorable house. And now he wants to blame us because election is coming and he wants to use this against this government. But strategically, this is not where this government is going, and we have made this loud and clear. Mr. Speaker, Judge Bernard Shaw, the Irish playwright, critic and political activist, reminds us, too, that progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. For us to make progress, we need change. Now, this can take me to so many different directions in my presentation today. It can take me to the fact that our young St. Lucians are not participating in the World Cup. And why you think this is happening? It's because we've refused change. It's because some of us don't listen. It's because some persons in those associations want to do what they want when they want. I should not be talking about that today, but our young people are suffering because they don't listen and because they don't take advice. For 4 years now, we have been banging that table every chance I got to tell them that we need to change how sports is being run on island. They will not listen. I don't know why. I can guess a couple of reasons, but I don't know why. No, because the power is in their hand. Because the power is in their hand. Or because they have been manipulated behind the scenes. Who knows? That fell on hot grounds. And so, Mr. Speaker, every time I got the opportunity, especially at award ceremonies of the Football Association, I begged them and pleaded to change the structure, change how football is being played on island. And I did that, and I tried that with a number of associations. But the athletes don't come first in St. Lucia. They don't. These, a lot of persons who are administrators of our sports do not put the athlete first. And I have kept saying this. And this needs to change. Now, the athletes are seeing that this is real. It is knocking on the door right now. And I read that George Bernard Shaw, the Irish playwright, said, I will repeat it again, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. I have spoken enough. Now, it's for the affiliates now to take action. It's for the affiliates now to take action and do what is necessary for their own progress. Do what is necessary for their own development. Do what is necessary for change to occur. Mr. Speaker, although better late than never, I want to remind them that the youth of this nation will not forgive them for opposing and criticizing the initiative for job creation at the Ojo labs. That's what the opposition did. From day one, they have been putting licks incessantly on what we have been doing to provide our young people with work. And the young people will not forgive them. And so the young people will not forgive what has taken at the St. Lucia Football Association. And you take a decision like that without consultation with the government. How can you do something like that? This is all of our country. This is our country. It's not yours. This is our youngsters. We're supposed to be providing for them to excel. And you're denying them opportunities. Just like that. With a stroke of a pen. Or with a sentence. You know, it hurt me. I don't normally do these things, but it hurt me. And then they are there, busy trying to see how they can blame the government. The power is with you. You take your decision by yourself. And then you want to come and blame somebody else. And shame on some members of the opposition for wanting, who know better, they know better, and want to blame us. Let me tell you something. This government and the people sitting at cabinet with me, I know them. And we would have done all in our power to make sure that our young people get the opportunities that they richly deserve. Mr. Speaker, employment is that in the call centers with new areas of artificial intelligence played a critical role in reducing the high unemployment we inherited from the opposition. Mr. Speaker, the member for Dennery North and his party has had a change of heart and now does the opposite and now does not oppose, the sports infrastructure projects. After years of persistent attacks and criticism of the sports infrastructure program from its inception. But mind you, when it was time for us to open the facility in Dennery North, the member for Dennery North came through and you know, beat his chest. He was the one responsible for that project. I don't know what it is with some associations and with some members opposite, but sometimes their hearts are in sync. And it is not for the development of St. Lucia, and it is not for the development of the young people, and it is not for the development of the sports. I don't know what they get, what they don't get. I don't know if it's because of the checkbook and what could have been written. But it is very simple, Mr. Speaker. I remember I was the one, when I became Minister of Sports, who did everything in my power to call and to find out why isn't this happening, and so on, for us to move that project. the FIFA goal project so that it could have been completed. And then a particular member of the association, all he wanted to do was to glorify someone on the opposition side. Like I tell you, I don't know, I will never know. I don't know what the pen wrote. But I will deal with that later in my presentation, Mr. Speaker. He himself. Mr. Speaker, global economic experts are articulating that a development solution approach for developing countries' ability to weather this economic storm in the COVID environment will depend on a few key starting conditions. I believe that this is very apt, and that's why I'm going to mention them. One, a developed health system capacity. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, the transformation of VH into a respiratory center, the real opening of the OKEU hospital, the real opening, and not just a naming ceremony. Additionally, with St. Jude's Hospital well underway, as well as the development of health insurance program, and I will not leave this one out, the up-and-coming Denry Polyclinic. Our healthcare system is ready with the resilience necessary and will no longer suffer from chronically underinvested investment in the health sector. Two, demand for safety nets. Social safety nets, example, welfare and unemployment support, help shield citizens from the effects of economic downturns and enable economies to recover faster, as reasons why we do what we do. Mr. Speaker, through the Department of Equity, numerous social safety net programs and policies have been initiated. Mr. Speaker, we seek the wisdom and counsel of the Most High in our affairs and deliberations. Proverbs 11:14. Where no counsel is, the people fail. But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we believe in the importance of planning, and we plan meticulously. We plan for the execution of effective policy development. This is why it was very painstaking for me to take my time to meet with the associations periodically, to talk to them, to tell them that we need to change, what we do on island. May you back at your word. So right now, the young people have seen what is happening. Right now, the people are taking matters into their own hands, and change must take place. Mr. Speaker, we plan, we organize, we strategize, and we execute. We are workers, so we keep working for all St. Lucians. And we will keep working for all St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, we know that the young people are among the ones that have been impacted the most during these dire times, as the world have been rocked and are now forced to pursue their studies virtually with little or no interaction with peers. Further, Mr. Speaker, their ability to undertake recreational activities is equally affected, as they have not been able to go out on the courts and on the fields. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased that the historic change in the creation of a youth unit has resulted in significant benefits and opportunities for people throughout this country. So my ministry has been very proactive, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with the COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, according to the United Nations, participation is a fundamental right and is one of the guiding principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that has been reiterated in many other conversations and conventions and declarations. Therefore, it is with full assurance that through the youth unit at the ministry and in collaboration with the other young serving organizations and the youth, that we will continue to realize increased levels of participation of young people in shaping the destiny of our small nation. I have one caveat here, that as we go through and we plan, and I have always said that at the youth level, the more programs that we can have for our young people, the better our country will become. And so all resources that can be, put into youth programming and so on, the youth will welcome, and St. Lucia will benefit and will change for that. Mr. Speaker, we believe and we commit to the importance of developing youth policy which enables individuals' success, which results in the enhancement of our society. I will say this at this juncture, and I always encourage our Prime Minister, that every chance he gets, that he talks to the young people. Should I say that he is a lightning rod, and he understands the plight of our young people, and he has, in so many instances, provided guidance to our young people at every level, every chance he has gotten. So, young people out there, the youth, National Youth Council, the clubs and so on, if you can get our Prime Minister to come and speak to you for 5 minutes, you should welcome that. And you should invite him, and I know he will come. So, Mr. Speaker, according to the American Dr. Henry A. Giro, one of the top 50 educational thinkers of the modern period, best known for his pioneering work in public education, culture studies, youth studies, higher education, media studies, and critical theory, the freedom, he says, the freedom and human capacities of individuals must be developed to the maximum, but individual powers must be linked to democracy in the sense that social betterment must be the necessary consequence of individuals flourishing. So, Mr. Speaker, it is from this perspective that the emphasis for the youth unit has been premised on the positive youth development model, which advocates that young people are assets to the nation and contribute to national productivity. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, this approach has translated to an intense focus on human development as manifested in the programs. I didn't know of all of this when I became Minister of Youth and Sports. But somewhere at the back of my mind, I had to focus. One of my priorities, and my cabinet colleagues can tell you, one of my priorities was to make sure that we had a youth unit at the ministry. And we fought for that, and I fought for that from day one, and it became very quickly. And so my colleagues understood, and here we are today. And this is beaming progress for our young people, with a youth director who is very passionate and who goes all out to deliver unto the young people of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, we have sought to the professionalization of youth workers. And very quickly I will tell you that the field of youth work has been blindly overlooked before me, although it has remained integral to the participatory nation building. This unnoticed profession work is particularly significant in the context of COVID-19. And so our youth workers go out there and even virtually, they administer youth programs to our young people. And I will leave that there. Youth work is well and alive on this island, and we have about 20 youth workers on island working in the communities to help our distressed youth and so on. And even those who are not distressed, to at least guide them to safety and to bring programs to them for their development and for their upliftment. Youth Service Corps, Mr. Speaker. The National Youth Service Corps, which is our youth volunteers, was initiated in 2019. And this corps is doing a lot on island. Okay? We have volunteers all around the island, and I can give you some of the areas that they work. It's a situation where, together with employers, the government pays some of the salary, the employer pays some, and those persons are engaged in employment. And in a lot of instances, those individuals are retained by those employers.
Honorable
Which
member,
is
you
very,
have
very good.
15 minutes in which to complete.
Pardon, Mr. Speaker?
You have 15 minutes in which to complete your
Thank you,
presentation.
Mr. Speaker. So this program continues the alignment of our ethos of the human development approach, where people are provided with intentional opportunities to contribute to national productivity by using the qualifications to improve and increase capacity of organizations and institutions. And like I said, in some instances, employers retain those individuals. Youth serving organizations. Mr. Speaker, the government provides financial resources and contribution to 26 youth serving organizations, including the National Youth Council and 19 District Youth and Sports Council. And when I became Minister of Youth, what we did at the National Lotteries Authorities was to incentivize those youth organizations, those councils who perform. And so if they perform, if the impetus was to outclass the others, then they would have gotten a lot more for their efforts. Mr. Speaker, a significant portion, and I must say this, of our youth councils lay comatose. Now I can go on and on and on, but I will say this. Youths in the different communities should now wake up, just like they did with what obtained and the youth did not go to World Cup qualifiers. In a lot of constituencies, youth should now wake up and stop the abuse by a few individuals who hug those organizations as if it's theirs. So they hug up the position of president and they manipulate it so that they can stay there. When it's time for voting and so on, when it's time to change the executive, it is always done secretly. Open your eyes in the different constituencies so that it is at those levels that change can occur. And I'm talking change here today because change is needed. Quietly, over the last 4 years, I have gone in and spoken to and counsel in a lot of different areas. The talking has to stop. Action. So they have those positions selfishly and sometimes for other reasons. And you would know that those are autonomous bodies just like the associations, and that we cannot interfere with how we want. But the power lies with the representatives at the levels in the constituencies. So your club representatives, open your eyes. Open your eyes. And Mr. Speaker, we at the ministry, we have a virtual youth development, youth advocacy, hashtag 758 Youth Connect. The initiative is primarily to advocate and is used to connect with youth across the island and those in the diaspora to dialogue, learn, and share best practices. Mr. Speaker, leadership training. Mr. Speaker, with the use of the COVID-19 protocols, we delivered 16 summer camps, which were coordinated by 16 youth workers in major communities. I think that is important, Mr. Speaker. These youth workers had a team of 90 young leaders who provided leadership support for these camps. Youth Policy Action Plan, and I should not go ahead without mentioning this one. Mr. Speaker, last summer, the Cabinet of Ministers agreed that an action plan must accompany the draft National Youth Policy, which can be translated into projects and programs. Thereafter, the technical officers of the ministry and the executive of the National Youth Council began working in earnest on this action plan, which will be delivered in July of this year. So, on the sports agenda, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk a lot about the associations on island. I have done some of that. But we have collaborated with the national associations, and like I said, we have given our guidance as to what should happen at that level. But I can tell you, in a lot of instances, change is not forthcoming. I want to tell the people of St. Lucia, the sportsmen of St. Lucia, you can see that this government is not joking. You can see that the investment we are making in facilities at every constituency on island that we represent. If the national infrastructure program, sports infrastructure program, is not doing something substantial in these constituencies, the reps are. It is important that you take advantage of what we are doing. And we want our youth councils to be vibrant, for us to be able to have as many activities on island as possible. We want our youth occupied. This is why we are putting so much effort and energy in improving the infrastructure on island. At every level, that is. I should add that here. Whether it is recreational facilities or sporting facilities. So it's a good time to look at what is obtained at your Youth and Sports Council and make the necessary changes. I will need and I will implore the associations to start working on behalf of the sportsmen, to bring very high-level competitions to the young people, especially when it comes to district competitions. This brings this nation together. And there is no reason for it not to be done, because this government has pledged support. This government has put its money where its mouth is. And we want to, at all levels on island, provide the support so that every association can have very high-level competitions. Let me take football, for example, and I will move on. I'll get more. It would be lovely. You see what obtained in the 80s with football competitions? Just use football as an example. And you can do that with a lot of different sports. For the St. Lucia Football Association to make it its mandate to have every league on island, every local league at every level be operating simultaneously. So all the clubs in Dennery, for example, would be playing each other. And while this is happening, the same thing is happening in Miku and in Soufrière and in Balata. And then those leagues will pick their constituency teams to participate at the national level. Why can't we have that, and why can't we have that over an extended period of time? I told the FA that the football that they are playing on island is worthless, it's not developmental. I said it like that, but I'm forced now to say it in Parliament. It was not bringing St. Lucia any joy. It was not developmental. It was a waste of the youth's time. 1 month competition sometimes. What is that doing? Is that a league that making any sense? I'm sorry, but I have to say it like that. When it's bad, it's bad. 1 month competition. Can't make any sense? There's any development in that? And we said, we are going to put all the money that you need to have it extended, to make it parallel to a La Liga, for example, and to have a knockout and a league competition. Why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? Anyway, I plan to deal with that in a more comprehensive way in times to come. So, Mr. Speaker, Dennery, you're not last. What I'm doing here is very, very important today. You know what is happening in your beautiful sector in Dennery South. You know all the development first that we are undertaking. You know that we are looking after the people. You are fully aware that as minister, I am responsible for the development of sports island-wide and for giving our young people opportunities to survive and thrive. And so, at every level, at every community in St. Lucia, this government has sought to provide a very high standard facility. Imagine that. Sometimes you don't have enough time to say the things that you have to say. While the member for Soufrière was presenting yesterday, some members opposite were shouting they could not have stopped the FIFA goal project. But they were the ones who, Cabinet Conclusion number 241 of 2015, they were the ones who invested in the land for the FIFA goal project. And they knew exactly what was coming, but now they say, the field is not good, those fields are not good, they are cancerous, they are this, they are that. They are this, they are that. We have this type of facilities all around the world. All around the world. He's still saying that it's not good. and then another day, when he wants your vote, he will tell you he never said that. So, Mr. Speaker, let's do a little Denry segment before I still have about 10 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very affectionately known as ST for All. My entire constituency knows this. We have impacted practically every community in the Denry South, every sector in the Denry South area. A new UN guide highlights how governments can use long-term infrastructure planning to save money, to increase efficiency, and to promote sustainability. And in Denry, we are taking care of our infrastructure. We are building resilience. We are making sure that the floods don't affect our people. We are building all the roads necessary, whether it is agriculture feeder roads, and I should tell you that all our agricultural feeder roads are going to get some attention very, very, very soon. And so let me just run through a few of the projects that we have done in the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we have done a lot of roads. I mean, we are not able to do all the roads as yet, but we are getting there. In one more, just imagine what will happen in one more term as district rep. There will be nothing else to do. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about opening up the economy. Opening up the economy so that we can go into areas that we have never been before.
Honorable member, you should be wrapping up.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are taking care of the courts, we are taking care of the drains, we are taking care of the paths, we are taking care of the roads, we are building the schools, we have housing development coming up. Mr. Speaker, you name it. So, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the committed staff of my ministry, the cooperation of the federations and associations, the councils, the youth groups, the faith-based organizations, the sporting communities, who have demonstrated their unwavering support. I'm also thankful for the trust of the Ministry of Finance for providing us with the finances necessary to complete our task. I want to register my full appreciation for the dedication and commitment for our frontline workers who work tirelessly to keep us safe. Mr. Speaker, I also want to offer prayers, support, and hope for our neighboring sister islands in Vincent and the Grenadines who are experiencing the volcanic revolution of Mother Nature. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful to the wonderful people of Denry South who have supported me, prayed for me, have me under their wings. Mr. Speaker, with their support, we can never go wrong. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to continue to serve the amazing people of Denry and to press on with the many programs, projects, and initiatives as we work together to make Denry a full-fledged town. Mr. Speaker, the people of Denry South are staying with the torch of progress that continues to light the development path of this country. Mr. Speaker, Denry South is coming home with the torch of the growth and progress of the United Workers' Party. Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this budget and look forward to its uninterrupted passage. May God continue to preserve and bless the Helen of the West Indies and my constituency and all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux South. Honorable Member, then Vieux South, are you asking for extension in advance of you starting to speak?
Mr. Speaker, it seemed that I arrived just in time to hear the member for Dennery South. I know that he was not in this house this last 2 days, whether he stayed at home or he was abroad, whatever the case may have been, I don't know. But it did him well because his contribution was very embellished. He had all these quotes from Martin Luther King, you name it. He had them, and it's obvious that some good research went into his contribution. Interestingly though, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't prevent him from engaging in intellectual faux pas from time to time. And really, God really has to take, because I heard him, I was just in time to hear him say, that you know, God knew what he was doing by making sure that the United Workers' Party was in office during the pandemic. And I hope he understands the logic of his position, that he also accepts God knew that there would have been 64 deaths under the United Workers' Party when it managed a pandemic. But I will engage him in a theological debate at the right time on that issue, because he will have to explain to me, Mr. Speaker, how he got there. It's sad when these unfortunate references have to be made. Mr. Speaker, however, I want to turn to the substance of my contribution this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, these are profoundly challenging times. A few days ago, an event took place almost without notice, with little fanfare in the country. On April 1st, 2001, the First National Bank, a fully owned indigenous bank, assumed ownership of the assets and liabilities of the Royal Bank of Canada. Royal Bank was the second Canadian bank to exit our shores. And of course, for me personally, I shed no tears about Royal Bank. I've been a customer of that bank for over 40-odd years. And the treatment they meted out to their St. Lucian customers was horrendous. And I don't think anyone would shed a tear for their departure, but that's not my point. Soon, it will be the turn of First Caribbean. They have all decided that they have made enough money over the years, and there is little to justify their investments or existence in our island. So much, Mr. Speaker, has changed these past 24 years. And I have selected these past 24 years because I have been representing the constituency of Vieux South for 24 years, and therefore have a sweep of the history of that period. Truth is, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucians do not even own the economy. The big names, J.Q. Charles, the DeVos, Barnards, all gone. I had an honorable member from Swazelle suggesting that I should also include Chasney on the list. But that is his suggestion, and I will consider his invitation. Bananas are no more. Lands lie idle. Tourism is now the engine of our economy. Poverty remains a deep and burning issue for successive administrations. Mr. Speaker, cable and wireless is no more. It could not cope with deregulation. Today, nearly every St. Lucian has a mobile phone. Some of them have two. The digital economy has arrived in our country. Our economy too has undergone dramatic changes. We have $2 billion budgets, but now, despite it all, the highest debt levels ever incurred in our history. Crime, Mr. Speaker, is tearing our island apart, seemingly incapable of being solved. Our social fabric has been torn asunder. We are yet to solve the burning problems in our healthcare system. To add to our challenges has been the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is, Mr. Speaker, the challenge of this new generation to succeed where others have failed. Never has the leadership of our country become as important as it is today. It is perhaps no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that we have been treated to a philosophical treatise or philosophical exegesis on leadership and vision by the Minister for Finance. We are at the crossroads. You know, Mr. Speaker, budgets sometimes are as much about the holder of the post of Minister of Finance as they are about policy measures, policy adjustments, issues of revenue and expenditure, investment choices, etc. A budget statement does provide an opportunity to share the minister's personal views and beliefs. And when the minister is the prime minister, as it is in this instance, the temptation is even greater. In this budget statement, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has offered us his philosophy on leadership. And this is what the great leader said at page 33 of his statement. And I'm going to turn, Mr. Speaker, to page 33. These are his words. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, leadership matters. It is about being decisive yet adaptable. It is about being able to make quick, hard, but calculated decisions. It is about projecting determination, focus, and optimism, not fear and doubt. It is not about beating our chests. It is about rolling up our sleeves as a country, not beating down on ourselves. From the onset of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken its leadership role seriously. End of quote. That, Mr. Speaker, is the philosophy of the Minister of Finance, is his view of leadership. But not, Mr. Speaker, in that statement, not a word, a single word on the value of caring, the necessity for compassion, the need for humility, commitment to equality of treatment, rejection of discrimination in all of its manifestations. Not a word on these matters in his concept of leadership. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that a leader must also guide, counsel, praise, and also have the courage to rebuke. So when Senator Belrose, a former permanent secretary, mind you, Mr. Speaker, appointed to that post during the tenure of the Labour administration, uttered her now famous Belrose doctrine, she should have been rebuked. Hear her words for yourself, Mr. Speaker. Quote, when you elect a government, you elect them on the basis of the policies and programs that they set out. The people of Castries East chose categorically to reject the United Workers' Party at the last election. Yeah. 11 other constituencies said to the United Workers' Party, yes, we want to build a new St. Lucia with you. We are on the road with you, and we will be working with you. So the government sought to invest in those communities where they bought into the philosophy and thinking, you understand, of the government. It's very important that the community buys into the vision, unquote. Those words, Mr. Speaker, will go down in history. So, Mr. Speaker, to paraphrase, according to the Belrose doctrine, if you do not elect the United Workers' Party, if you do not buy into the vision, then you are dead. And the member for Castries East has been the victim. Indeed, all opposition parliamentarians. The Belrose doctrine did not surprise me, Mr. Speaker. It confirmed that the SLP, what the SLP has said all along. And I too have suffered in my own constituency in Vieux-Fort South. But I'll come to that in a few minutes. But what was particularly sad was to hear Ricky Alexander, a former youth leader, discarding his mask and years of pretense, justifying the Belrose doctrine. No wonder young people have become so cynical. Those words were never disowned by the member for Miku South. Senator Belrose was never rebuked. It takes courage to rebuke and disown a minister. I remember once publicly rebuking my beloved friend Calix George, then Minister of Infrastructure, for something he did at that ministry. Even with the rebuke, our friendship has stood the test of time. And I see the member for Castries North looking at me, and I take it that he understands and remembers precisely to what I refer. It is too much to expect the member from Miku North, the Minister of Finance, to disown the Belrose doctrine. He lacks the moral courage. But it is more than that. It is at the heart of his approach to governance, as I shall demonstrate later in my presentation. Mr. Speaker, there can be no question that St. Lucia will face a painful recovery. There are many questions and issues for which answers are needed. In my view, this budget, if it had to be viable, needed to answer with absolute clarity and in detail at least 4 questions. These are: 1, how does a country return to growth after its GDP has crashed by 20%, assuming that estimate is correct and it is the truth? How do we, this is question number 2, in the face of a fiscal deficit of 7.5% of GDP, reduce the deficit without inflicting pain? Thirdly, how will St. Lucia contain and reduce its debt, which is bound to reach close to 100% by the next 12 months? Fourthly, How do we resolve the burning issues in healthcare once and for all? Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have not added on the usual questions, the issue of unemployment, not added that. I have not reflected on the problems of crime, none of those things, because I think that these are the four fundamental questions that we face. The question, Mr. Speaker, is this: can we honestly say that this budget has provided answers to these questions? Frankly, all we have got is a diet of platitudes. This government refuses to face the realities that confront us. Take the approach of the Minister of Finance to borrowing, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Finance on page 81, and you can look at the bottom, Mr. Speaker, speaks to a policy stance where it aims to slow down the accumulation of debt. Put simply, how does a budget for a single financial year with financing needs of over $500 million equate to slow accumulation of debt? How on earth is that possible? Mr. Speaker, 508 million represents approximately 13.5% of the stock of debt of 3.7 billion highlighted in the budget address. Their numbers, not mine, Mr. Speaker. Their numbers, not mine. Mr. Speaker, if that is slow accumulation of debt, I don't want a definition of fast accumulation. I think, Mr. Speaker, this minor point puts into context the devastating impact of this budget for our fiscal situation. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that we should, under any circumstances, underestimate the predicament that we face in respect of the GDP growth of this country. This is the reality. St. Lucia's economy shrunk by minus 20.3%, or about 1/5 in 1 year, 2020. It performed the worst in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Every sector contracted except public service spending. Agriculture contracted by 9.5%. Construction contracted by minus 9.9%. Manufacturing contracted by minus 10.4%. Transport contracted by minus 36.9%. Accommodation and food services, hotels and restaurants by minus 60.6%. What is important to note is that the negative growth did not start in 2020. And I recall in this House that I warned honorable members that after the growth rate achieved in 2017, after they had inherited from the previous government, growth rate was beginning to decelerate. And what do we now have as evidence? In 2019, Mr. Speaker, growth was already minus 0.1%, far lower than that what the Minister of Finance had disclosed to Parliament, showing that the economy was already in decline prior to COVID. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. But he says he's a man of action. He takes decisions. He makes things happen. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that this Minister of Finance has decided to wait and see. And I don't know what action. Postpone all major decisions. Postpone everything. Postpone everything till tomorrow, despite what he says is the urgency of now. So what do we have? Take a look at page 83, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at page 83. There he says, property tax measures will be delayed. He says, Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the reformed property tax regime will result in a broadening of the tax base and encourage significantly higher rates of compliance, which would serve to eventually boost total revenue generated while reducing the assessed tax rate or amount due from individual property owners. Can't introduce it, he defers it. Then he says on page 85, despite the difficulties we have on the fiscal side, and I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker, he says, quote, additionally, the government will adjust its fiscal policy stance and embark on a path of fiscal consolidation in the medium term. Notwithstanding the harsh realities that face us on the fiscal side. Again, Mr. Speaker, he is opting for delay. Then he says at the same page 85 again on the issue of payables, which I shall come to in a few minutes. Clearing payables, quote, going forward, a more comprehensive strategy will be developed in coming months to settle outstanding amounts. Page 85. And you're going to tell that to the hundreds of St. Lucians who perform contracts for the government of St. Lucia and can get paid for those contracts. But we shall come to that. The question is, Mr. Speaker, does this Minister of Finance believe that doing nothing is itself policy? Mr. Speaker, I am at that point in my life where I can afford to share very special experiences and memories. And of course, there are persons in this honorable house that I have very special memories of how they conducted their affairs, their business. I remember, Mr. Speaker, an ex-cabinet conversation, that is after cabinet, during the Odlum Louisa years, 1979 to 82. Yes, a long time. Odlum, in a moment of frustration, told Alan Louisa, quote, you make no decisions, you have no policy. Louisa raised his head. Normally his glasses would have a string around it and on his chest. The old man raised his head, put on his glasses, adjusted his glasses and said to Odlum, quote, wagging his finger, you will never understand. Making no decision is itself a decision. So, Mr. Speaker, doing nothing is itself a decision. And it is that philosophy that this Minister of Finance has embraced. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, these overarching points, I will, on behalf of my constituents, and indeed on behalf of right-thinking St. Lucians, go into more detail on some of the measures presented within the budget policy statements for 2021-22. On reviewing the budget address, Mr. Speaker, I confess that the 90 pages presented do not inspire any confidence that there will be any meaningful change to the veil of economic malaise hovering over St. Lucia at this time. Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Finance, I know very well the importance of a budget policy statement. I know that people eagerly anticipate what their government has in store for them. And I want to make sure that my constituents are aware of what is on offer. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, they will be disappointed. My diligence did not pay off. I had reached page 49 out of 90 pages, and I read just to confirm what I had heard. And there was no assessment of what is likely to happen for financial year 2021, 2022. Only musings on what happened in the past and reflections on how COVID-19 has caused undue stress and hardship. But nothing to the people of St. Lucia what they should expect in 2021, 22. I am not sure if the 90 pages were designed to frustrate so that one would not review the policies in their entirety to provide a proper response, or whether it is that the achievements of the government of the day are so underwhelming. And notice, Mr. Speaker, I'm using the opposite of overwhelming, so underwhelming, that they found it necessary to produce, in the vernacular these days, a lot of ash, dusts, putrid air, la poussière, to dupe persons into believing that much has been accomplished and much more will be implemented on their behalf. Whatever the reason, Mr. Speaker, yes, and they sing louder South, you know, I see beyond it. And hopefully the St. Lucian people will not be fooled another time. My review, Mr. Speaker, starts with a report on domestic economic development starting on page 8. I note how scant this report on the performance of the economy is, and specifically the absence of information on the fiscal performance of the economy. I've never seen something like that. First time I have seen a budget presentation and the Minister of Finance declines to discuss fiscal issues and fiscal performance. I wonder why a sitting Minister of Finance, whose main responsibility is to manage the fiscal affairs of the country, would provide no report on these matters in the context of a budget address. Why, Mr. Speaker? Where's the accountability, Mr. Speaker, on such a sensitive matter? Mr. Speaker, in this context, I return to the issue of payables as it exposes the depth of the problems that we face. Of course, by payables, we simply mean the outstanding payments owed by government to those who are due payments for services and supplies to the government. Very simple definition. You know what is also interesting, Mr. Speaker? That's our first budget address. I had the word sinking fund mentioned, you know. And I want to find out what is a sinking fund these days. I want to find out whether there's anything in the sinking fund, and if so, how much. You know why? You know why, Mr. Speaker? I have said before in this House, and I'll repeat myself, there's a thing called karma. When the former government found itself in a difficult situation following 2011 elections, we had to resort to making use of whatever savings that we had to tide us over that period. We were ridiculed, told we were poor managers. And no one attracted more description than I did, but we'll leave that for the time being. But look at what is happening to payables and how it really explains in dramatic terms the financial crisis. Over the years, government payables hovered around 20 million. In 2016, it was about 22.7 million. Between 2019 and 2020, payables doubled. By 2019, payables went up 47 million. In 2020, it doubled again to $93 million. Can I delegate somebody to answer that for the honorable member for ancillary canneries? Can I, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, can I delegate someone, please? Governments love payables because payables do not factor in the calculation of official debt stock or debt to GDP ratio. It is an additional liability. With the payables allegedly close to 100 million, it means that it is an opportunity to decide who gets paid and when. Little wonder that if you are labor, and worse yet, if you're hangover from 2016, then crap will smoke your pipe. And there are those, Mr. Speaker, who for the last 4 to 5 years have not been paid, whose contractual obligations have not been satisfied. At the top of page 14, Mr. Speaker, the budget address speaks to, and I quote, the timely implementation of various major pre-planned projects aimed at upgrading the core infrastructure, among other initiatives. Timely implementation, Mr. Speaker? I wonder if it is because the UWP administration believes in such timely implementation of projects that they now engage in a race against them to deliver a pseudo-complete hospital to the people of Beaufort and environments before elections? Having stopped the project for a significant period, claiming all manner of malfeasance? How can colleagues opposite lay claim to timely completion of projects when they delayed the delivery of such an important project? You can hold their criticism of the SLP administration because the Labour Party, while in office, made consistent efforts at delivering a hospital to the people of Beaufort, even in the face of inheriting an unfunded project on coming into office. The project was never stopped and was 80% completed with money in hand for completion when the UWP took office. These are the undisputable facts. On page 21 of the budget address, there is reference to targeted purchases of personal protective equipment or PPEs for use by hospital staff in the fight against COVID. Mr. Speaker, all in this House, I think, welcome such investment. Our doctors and nurses on the COVID front line must be protected. But, Mr. Speaker, I am curious about a matter that certainly many of us are aware of. If the government has so dutifully been purchasing all these PPEs, why have so many healthcare professionals been complaining in personal spaces about shortages? And why have some even resorted to buying their own? I agree it's supposed to be a free country. We cannot stop them from making these purchases. But the fact that they have had to do so surely means how poor our response has been. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I want some time to discuss this focus on livelihoods alluded to the top of page 27 of the budget address. And I want to take you there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can well understand the tug and pull between lives and livelihoods. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the economy exists to serve people. It is because of the people, consumers, producers, and markets that the economy emerges. It stands to reason that the economy or economic activity should not be prioritized ahead of people's health and lives. To elucidate, Mr. Speaker, let's examine the management in the case of the management of COVID in the case of two countries within the OECS. I take as my example, Mr. Speaker, Grenada. You'll be in more trouble if I try to do that. You'll be in serious trouble. I mean, you should be. I mean, Mr. Speaker, you know, if I had to do that, then the question will be why he's still a minister and why he's in charge of what you call the unit? What you call the unit they put him in charge of? Huh? Command center. What a character to be in charge of a command center. But behold, Mr. Speaker, I was about to say, after borders were reopened in Trinidad, because I know you don't, in Grenada, Mr. Speaker, I know you don't want me to be distracted. I know you have great interest in what I have to tell you this afternoon. There was an outbreak at a COVID-certified facility. More than 30 persons were initially confirmed positive. Once discovered, there was immediate public disclosure, decertification of the facility, and installation of lockdown measures. Thereafter, Grenada witnessed gradual containment of the outbreak. To date, Grenada has had 158 cases and 1 death. Grenada is still open for business. Let's contrast with the experience in St. Lucia. We have heard discussions in the public domain about outbreaks in more than one hotel. After several weeks, an outbreak in one hotel was acknowledged. But this was not before the positivity rate had increased and there were outbreaks in the communities. We have now had more than 4,300 cases and 64 deaths. Mr. Speaker, 2 countries. One country choosing to be transparent with information and prioritizing lives. The other obfuscating the situation and prioritizing livelihoods, or rather the interests of those who provide livelihoods. 2 countries, different strategies, completely different results. Talk about caring for your people. It is for reasons such as this that I maintain and I will continue to champion that there be an inquiry into our handling of this COVID-19 pandemic, because we cannot afford to make those mistakes again. Mr. Speaker, on page 28, the budget address speaks to the Galaxy Group and the Canals Resort Real Estate Project. And as we speak, infrastructure is being prepared for a colony to be established. I am curious, Mr. Speaker, given the side opposite's knowledge of the Galaxy Group, can you tell us whether the Galaxy Group have completed their long-started project in St. Kitts and Nevis? What is the update on that? On page 29, the Minister of Finance makes reference to COVID-19 bonds. We need a little more transparency than just a passing reference. Exactly how much have our debt grown by an account of those bonds? What is the return on those bonds? Can we have a list of approved applicants? Certainly, there is supposed to be a framework of accountability, and we need it. I cannot, Mr. Speaker, resist the temptation of speaking to the title, "Our Health is Our Wealth," espoused on page 30 of the budget address. If we really believe that our health is our wealth, why did we manage the pandemic in such a haphazard manner? Why did it take almost 4 years and the pandemic to commission the OKU hospital? Why is St. Jude's Hospital still incomplete after almost 5 years in office? This statement, "Our health is our wealth," reminds me of an even more profound statement uttered by our Minister for Finance. Quote, "Our patrimony is our credit rating," unquote. Yet we proceed to borrow like there is no tomorrow. Does the Minister for Finance really mean those utterances? Or does he merely think that they sound good and people will buy into them and keep his administration in office? On page 31, Mr. Speaker, of the budget address, there is a note on the importance of working together for the good of our society. Sounds laudable, Mr. Speaker. As is said in proverbial language, better late than never. A first step in working together is speaking to each other about the issue confronting the society and active listening on the part of policymakers. So, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised by the sudden recognition of the importance of working together on the part of the member for Migu South, who once uttered the now famous catchphrase, quote, "I don't listen, I let the jackasses bray," unquote. Mr. Speaker, all of us must forget those statements, treat them as just politics, to blow in the wind. And now we must sit down and listen and work together. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance on page 34 of the budget address expresses gratitude to the people of St. Lucia in the adjustment to the new protocols and realities in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, to be frank, I am pleased that the Minister has recognized the stressful circumstances of COVID-19 and the untold adjustments and loss faced by our people. But I can't ignore the fact that no country in the Eastern Caribbean has invested in police as the government of St. Lucia to manage the COVID pandemic. Something has to be wrong. Something has to be wrong that moral suasion could not have applied to caution our behavior and to guide our people. I am not for a minute suggesting that our people should go about being uncooperative with policymakers in the management of this disease. However, I have on occasion become concerned with the way ordinary citizens have been treated in the name of COVID management, the antagonism in effecting arrests as a result of breaches of protocols. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the authorities can devise an alternative approach and admonish those tasked with the responsibilities to do better. We should not be going to war, Mr. Speaker. Our citizens are placed in open warfare against the police, and this can never, ever, ever augur well for the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, I digress for a moment to confirm how much time I have left, as I now want to decide other issues that I want to raise in this budget response.
25 minutes.
25 minutes, Mr. Speaker. In that event, Mr. Speaker, and only for the time being, I want to turn to this issue of citizen security. Another odd feature of this budget statement, Mr. Speaker, is the extraordinary attention paid by the Minister of Finance to what he describes as citizen security, the new terminology to describe issues of crime. Why is it odd, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Minister of Finance devotes in all 9 pages of his budget statement to this subject. No other ministry or department gets as much attention. Not even the Ministry of Infrastructure, with the millions at its disposal for road projects. Not even that. Or, for that matter, the Ministry of Economic Development. You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the few jabs at the Minister of Security at the last sitting is responsible for this. But why do they insist on making the situation worse, Mr. Speaker? That's my problem. Why? But surely, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance could have been more careful in the examples of the so-called achievements of this department. When a Minister of Finance has to scrape the barrel, then you know the minister is in trouble, the government is in trouble. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance highlights as an achievement the, quote, reintroduction of sniffer dogs to the force. Look at page 65. Look at page 65. What's the big deal? Sniffer dogs are routinely trained and replaced. Governments do that from time to time. How is that such a big achievement? Then at page 70, Mr. Speaker, and I know you have not given consideration to this, the Minister of Finance had this to say, and I'm going to take you through it, Mr. Speaker. Listen to him. Quote, through the hard work of the Ministry of Justice, on the 16th of December 2020, the probation and parole team conducted the first, quote, historic parole hearing. And historic is in capital H. It's not even a small h, you know, it's in capital H for extra effect. And 2 inmates were granted parole. 2. This is historic. 2 inmates were granted parole. This achievement was made despite many challenges posed due to COVID-19. However, the team at probation and parole continue to persevere, and this month an additional 4 inmates are at the assessment for decision stage of the parole process, unquote, page 70 to 71. No, seriously. Seriously. You want to cite that as an example you're working? 2 inmates out of a population of 502 persons get parole, and that is evidence of achievement? That's what you cite? This is what, after the failed report of the Minister for Justice that you are citing to see if you can salvage him? But this is an opportunity to address another piece of constitutional heresy. This is the perfect and welcome opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because you see, in a cross-talk with a member for ancillary canneries some time ago, we were reflecting, or I was reflecting with him, the dangers in opening doors when you're in debate. You should avoid opening doors because of what you give the other side. But look at page 66. The Minister of Finance declared, quote, Mr. Speaker, from the time we took office, we have supported the work of the DPP's office, and one of our first actions was to appoint a director of public prosecution. Now, unquote. You're a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. You have heard this in this House before. And I would have thought that you would have counseled the Minister of Finance, and indeed others who are responsible for such utterances. The key words need to be repeated, Mr. Speaker. Quote, one of our first actions was to appoint a director of public prosecution. This same heresy is repeated in the media, or was repeated in the media, ad nauseum by the Minister of Justice, and I heard him myself. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, the Prime Minister cannot and does not appoint a DPP. You may, as Prime Minister, influence the appointment, but you cannot appoint the DPP. It is done by the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. This is what the Constitution says in section 89, subsection 1 and subsection 3. And these days I have to be careful, you know, Mr. Speaker, because there is a certain body of opinion who is ridiculing my knowledge of constitutional law because they say I don't even know what the Constitution says about election dates. So here goes, I prefer to quote. Quote, the Director of Public Prosecution shall be appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. And then it says in subsection 3, before tendering advice for the purposes of subsection 1 or 2, the Judicial and Legal Services Commission shall consult the Prime Minister. And it's well established. A Prime Minister could say what he or she wants. Once the Judicial Legal Services Commission decide on a candidate, that is a matter for them. But why do I have to raise this, Mr. Speaker, apart from its appearance on or appearance in the budget speech? It is troubling, Mr. Speaker, that neither court officials nor the DPP himself has denounced and repudiated the statements by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice. I would have thought that the Director of Public Prosecutions would have had a duty to confirm his absolute independence from the executive. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this nonsense about the appointed. The fact of the matter is that the post for DPP was advertised during the tenure of the former government. The Judicial and Legal Services Commission interviewed all the applicants at the time and said they were found wanting and decided to re-advertise. And then the elections came. What is this nonsense about appointing as if the former government had a resistance to appoint the DPP? But you know, this ownership of the DPP, creating in the minds of the public that the DPP is their man appointed by them, is dangerous. And the DPP must repudiate it. But this harkens, Mr. Speaker, to a fundamental problem. This government refuses to understand that there is such a thing called conflict of interest. And why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, I have said, subject to observing the rules, no one is going to prevent me from making the statements I make, even though they threaten me, because I have received threats before. I have received threats before. But I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to give you two examples why I say this. Look again at the example of Senator Belrose, Mr. Speaker. Her husband is her official driver. She admits it. Both of them are being paid from taxpayers' money. And then she sees nothing wrong with that. A former permanent secretary, and it is approved. But let's come back to the Minister of Justice. How could the Minister of Justice reside at the Cap Estate home of the current Commissioner of Police when he served as acting commissioner while his home at Ottawa was being renovated? Which other country would tolerate such a thing? That you are in the midst of making an appointment, a rather unusual appointment. The whole world is told what you intend to do, and you are staying at his home, the appointee's home, while your own home is being renovated. And this, Mr. Speaker, happened during all the maneuverings and shenanigans to orchestrate the transfer of the former Commissioner Moncheri to facilitate the appointment of the current commissioner, who incidentally is appointed even though he is beyond the retirement age. Tanto, tanto, the saying goes. But there's another troubling issue involving the office of the DPP, Mr. Speaker, which unfortunately I did not have time to raise during our debate on the estimates and revenue expenditure. But it's still relevant because we are debating the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and in particular the financial allocation. The troubling issue that I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker, involving the office of the DPP, is the relationship between his office and the Integrity Commission, and this one affects all members of Parliament as well as public officials and those who are in statutory boards. An examination of the permanent establishment of the Department of Justice, Mr. Speaker, in the estimates of revenue and expenditure reveals that the Integrity Commission has been assigned to the office of the DPP under the nomenclature Crown Prosecution. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the Integrity Commission is now accountable to the office of the DPP and through him, the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, what madness is this? The DPP files his declaration of income, assets, and liabilities at the Integrity Commission. He too is required to file. He is now totally responsible for the Integrity Commission by virtue of the placement of the unit in his department. He can well say that it is just an administrative position. That's all there is to it. Making sure that they are paid, making sure persons are appointed. He doesn't interfere in the work of the commission. But we know and understand full well that those practical realities are not always the case. Where the Integrity Commission believes that a declarant has breached the Integrity in Public Life Act, Mr. Speaker, the Commission is required to forward its complaint to the DPP for possible prosecution. So the very DPP who has to submit his declaration to the Commission can hold the Commission accountable to him because the Commission is placed under his administrative jurisdiction. This is inherently wrong. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I am not blaming the Minister of Finance for this one. I'll tell you why. I would blame the DPP, and I'll tell you why. For years, when I served as Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance had a problem of location of these autonomous agencies of the state. Integrity Commission, service commissions, etc. For some bizarre reason, they always feel that these autonomous state agencies should be appended to some department. I resisted, disallowed it. And for years, I have argued that these commissions and bodies like in the Integrity Commission should be placed in a separate category as independent and autonomous agencies of the state, possibly answerable to one person, the Cabinet Secretary. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Integrity Commission is a creature of the Constitution. The Constitution makes it clear in Section 118, subsection 12, that the Commission shall, in the exercise of its functions, not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Mr. Speaker, I hope this matter is cleared, and cleared very quickly. Now, from what I see, Mr. Speaker, I take it I have 5 minutes. Is that correct? 5 minutes, is that correct?
10 minutes.
You'll give me 10, you'll give me an extra 5?
No, 10 minutes, Honorable Member.
Okay, all right. I want, Mr. Speaker, very briefly to return to an issue that I bypassed earlier, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the politics we are in nowadays demand that we all handle things in a mature way and responsible way. We are building generations of cynical people, and we are as much responsible for it because, you see, we don't understand the logic of truth, whether in accounting or in the parliamentary process, etc., or fairness and equity. I'm talking about some of the government initiatives which they claim as theirs, Mr. Speaker. This budget is littered with initiatives that were negotiated by or commenced under the Labour Party administration that have been branded as conceptualized by this UWP administration. It is time to bring clarity to this issue. The following projects were in fact conceptualized by the Labour Party administration. The World Bank funded OECS Regional Tourism Competitive Project that my good friend from Ancillary Canaries constantly talks about, and all its subcomponents, including the beautification for downtown Castries and generally the environs of Castries. Labour Party project. And the permanent secretary who designed that project was forced to go into exile. The CDB-funded Fort Water Redevelopment Project that my good friend is walking out just about the same time that I'm reminding him is an SLP project. It's difficult for him to accept this, despite the fact that he's attempting to violate it by putting up this administrative office where it is. And only recently the Prime Minister had to be exposed for plagiarism because the GINet and DG government projects, all created by the Labour Party. But why do this? The member for Castries North has conceded that the bridge that is being built in cul-de-sac, the government that negotiated the initial project was the government of the Labour Party. He has conceded that the agreement was signed by me in Port of Spain with the Prime Minister of Japan. But that apart, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that on page 49 of the budget address, that the Minister for Finance recognizes that there is need for infrastructure repair and bridging infrastructure gaps in St. Lucia. Better late than never. The Labour administration has long recognized these deficits, and it is against this backdrop that a number of projects were in various stages of development when UWP took office. I refer to the following projects: the rehabilitation of the Castries-Grosley Highway, approved and jointly financed by Kuwait Fund and the OPEC Fund for International Development. The Saudi Fund was due to support the unfinanced portion. The negotiations were on the way. This project was cancelled by the UWP. Never heard of it since we left office. But there's an expansion in Grosley, and we shall be paying a lot of attention to that expansion. The CDB-funded street lighting project, due to help reduce electricity consumption by street lights and reduce the street lighting bill on the public purse. This project was apparently cancelled. Another one I have not heard a word about. And then the most painful one, the Castries wastewater treatment project. That should have never ever happened. Designed to improve sanitation conditions in urban communities around Castries and to eliminate the raw wastewater outfall in our harbour. You go there today, you see the raw material flowing into the harbour, and we allowed the project to fall apart. That was to be financed by the French through the CDB. They had already placed the funds there for use by St. Lucia. We had already found a location for the treatment facility in Castries. This project was cancelled. Another project that St. Lucians have been denied the benefit of. As for the Grosley Viewford Link Road, all I can say, it was, in my view, a monumental tragedy that it was cancelled, because time does not allow me to engage in further discussion at this point. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close with a few comments on the CDB program. Just a few comments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every member of Parliament knows that the CDB program is funded by the government of Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, I say without hesitation that when I served as Minister of Finance, every constituency in the island received funding under the CDB program. None was denied. None. And I will not put any member of Parliament under pressure and ask them to confirm. I will never do that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry the member for Castries Southeast, because I have heard him in this House on numerous occasions, Mr. Speaker, denying and suggesting that he received no funds for the CDP, under the CDP. And Mr. Speaker, that is simply untrue. If you wish, Mr. Speaker, and you grant me the permission, I will supply the House with documentation. The member's constituency received, Mr. Speaker, some $3.02 million in projects. But you know the reality. What is that? He was in opposition. He was in opposition. We were in office. Yes, I don't know if you must have got more. Yes, he got 3.02 million. And this program is under his control, Mr. Speaker. And not a single member of parliament has been able to benefit under this program. And I cannot understand why a government with whom we have diplomatic ties allows such infamy and such behavior to take place in a host country. But, Mr. Speaker, you want me to be relevant and you're looking at the clock. I will be, Mr. Speaker, I promise you. Look at page 55, just before we conclude, Mr. Speaker. Listen to what the Minister of Finance says. I gave him more than you. You might be right, actually. You might be right. Quote, Mr. Speaker. This is the Minister of Finance. Hey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a result of CDP, communities that were previously neglected and were without quality roads, drainage, parks, green spaces, and playing fields are now catching up. This, Mr. Speaker, has resulted in a boost in the quality of life, dignity, and confidence of communities, which augurs well for social cohesion. A little more, you know, I would have said that. If I didn't know he was the one who said that, except for the catching up, I might have said that sound like a clip from a Labour Party politician. But leave it at that. These are the words that caught my attention. Communities are now catching up. How do you interpret these words? If, Mr. Speaker, as has been the case for the past 4 years, that the opposition constituencies never received any CDP-funded projects, then it means that the Minister of Finance has endorsed institutionalized discrimination at the heart of his administration. And, Mr. Speaker, the question I set at the commencement, I now answer. Why is it that the minister could not rebuke Fortuna Belrose for her infamous statements and for the Belrose doctrine? He could not rebuke Senator Belrose because without a doubt, he is a practitioner and cultivator of the Belrose doctrine. I end my case, Mr. Speaker. The emperor has no clothes. I thank you very, very much.
Honorable members, honorable members, you would have received a document. I think the content is self-explanatory. If you so agree, you will so indicate during the course of today, tomorrow, and I may put together this Excel document. If you don't agree, you could assure me that I can assure you that I won't so forward your information. Member for Castro Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the appropriation bill as put forward by the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, before I give an account of my stewardship to the people of Castries Central and the people of St. Lucia, who elected me to serve in this honorable House, I would take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to express very sincere condolences to Senator Joachim Henry at the passing of his son. Mr. Speaker, it is really, really difficult, as is often said. Parents expect to bury their children. Children expect to bury their parents, sorry. And when the order is reversed, it is very, very difficult. So I take this opportunity on behalf of the government and my own family to express sincere condolences to the Honorable Senator. Mr. Speaker, of course, also I wish to pause to express deep sadness, sorrow, and sympathy to all those St. Lucian families who have lost loved ones recently, and in particular in such an untimely way through the COVID pandemic that we continue to face and grapple with. My heart's sympathies and prayers go out to them to let them know that they are not alone in their time of sorrow. And Mr. Speaker, in likewise manner, the people of our sister island, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are experiencing a very traumatic time. You're talking about disaster upon disaster. It is at these times, Mr. Speaker, that our faith is what keeps us, our faith in God, ultimately. And so very often that is manifested in the love and support of others. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend to the government and people of St. Vincent, on behalf of the government and people of St. Lucia, our solidarity, our friendship as a sister island, and our love and support as members of the human family. I want to assure the people of St. Lucia that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is doing all in its power to assist the good people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And our foreign missions, in fact, have started a fundraising drive which is being spearheaded by our ambassador in New York, Ambassador Cosmas Richardson, to ensure that the diaspora responds in a very big way to support the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of St. Lucia, all of our people who have shown Christian love and charity in the way so many of us have extended ourselves in one way or other to let the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines know that we are right there with them in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that over my years in politics, I think now is the time, after close to 25 years, albeit with a 4-year break, once in politics, always in politics. People always regard you as a politician, whether you're in or out. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, in my 25 or so years in politics, now is the time when I'm beginning to realize that the term talk is cheap is really true. Talk is cheap. Speaker, I've come to realize that no matter what you say, no matter what you explain, if people do not want to understand, they will not understand. If people do not want to see, they will not see. If people do not want to hear, they will not hear. No matter how many times you say it, no matter whether the evidence is there to prove it unequivocally, people who do not want to accept the truth will not accept it. Mr. Speaker, that is why people might say that I've been very quiet in these 5 years. Mr. Speaker, because it really seems the talk is cheap, and that the evidence of work, even when it is obvious, some will never see it because, of course, it is all about obtaining political power. That's what it's about. But thank God, Mr. Speaker, thank God there is something called the silent majority. There are people in this country who don't say anything. You think they're dumb. You think they don't understand. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's those who are most quiet who have the greatest insight. And Mr. Speaker, that is my consolation. That is my consolation. So, Mr. Speaker, I have spent my time this 5 years, most times remaining quiet, but out of sight is not out of mind. And I want to say very quickly, Mr. Speaker, to give a quick account of some of the things that we have done, both in my ministry and in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, first of all, that whether in my ministry or in my constituency, it was not business as usual. Mr. Speaker, when I left politics in 2000, well, it was 2003, really, when I was summarily dismissed from office. It was not really my intention to return to politics. Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, when I did decide to get back in 2016, I said to myself, it could never be business as usual, and I was determined to give the people of Castries Central and the people of St. Lucia the best of me, the best of me. And Mr. Speaker, by God's grace, I hope I have done that. By God's grace, I hope the account that I will give will convince even those who do not want to be convinced that I truly, by the grace of God and with the team of people who work with me, that I have given the best of me and that I will continue to do it once the people of Castries Central determine that the work that I have started in this constituency needs to continue. And I'm hoping that they will agree, Mr. Speaker. Even the reluctant ones would have no choice but to agree. So, Mr. Speaker, on previous occasions in this honorable House, I did say a number of times that when I got into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I found that there had been a number of reviews that had been done of the ministry. There were 3 reviews. There were reviews before we became independent. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that the former minister had a special advisor during the time that he was at the ministry, and that special advisor was one of those who had done one of the reviews of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And every single one of these reviews said that St. Lucia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs needed some kind of diplomatic academy that would ensure that our foreign servants, our civil service officers, our foreign service officers, were properly trained. Every single report said it from 1979. The person who was appointed special advisor to the minister and was housed in the ministry, in his own review and report, it said it. The question I wanted to ask was, why is it that the very advisor who recommended it, who was now stationed at the ministry full-time with the minister, that the minister of the government didn't fit to implement the recommendations of that very advisor who was in the position at the time to do it? That was my question. So, Speaker, these reports were there, of course, as usual, taking dust on a shelf. And so it was really important to dust off the dust, read these reports, and see what were the summary recommendations. So, Mr. Speaker, we invited a very distinguished son of the soil, seasoned and respected diplomat, not just regionally, but indeed internationally, to conduct a review for us, and that was the person of Edwin Laurent, who now is our ambassador in Taiwan. So we invited him to do a review of these reports, and of course, he recognized that that recommendation had been made. And in fact, that was a promise that we had made in our manifesto, in our 2016 manifesto, that we would establish an institution that would ensure that our foreign service officers were trained properly. To cut a long story short, Mr. Speaker, after Edwin Laurent made that recommendation, months passed, of course, and eventually he became a candidate that we considered for appointment as one of our ambassadors. And Mr. Speaker, I proceeded to invite Ambassador Laurent to become the dean of our academy, not for any extra pay. It was made very clear to him that since he had made certain recommendations, he had been appointed as St. Lucia's ambassador, one of our senior ambassadors. It would be only fitting that he could go ahead and do something so important so as to set the stage, to create the cell, to create the nucleus whereby we could train our officers. And Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to announce that that diplomatic academy has been launched. It has conducted its first series of lectures, which were very, very well attended, and we had quite a number of international speakers. And it was not just persons from the public service from our foreign service who benefited, but indeed the public service as a whole. And I am pleased to say also that this week we have signed a memorandum of agreement with the Taiwan Diplomatic Academy. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that that is one of the very important initiatives that we have been able to accomplish at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, you heard that a number of the honorable members, when they spoke on the issue of housing in their constituencies. And I will come to the issue of housing in my constituency when I speak about it. Mr. Speaker, this is one of, if I may say, one of the biggest social problems we have in St. Lucia, that of poor housing. And Mr. Speaker, I've said this a number of times, and it is my opinion, and I've said it, and this pertains not just to Labour Party administrations, but this pertains also to former United Workers' Party administrations. I've said a number of times that it is my opinion that no government prior has really ever had a program of accessible, affordable social housing. Because we talk so often of low-cost housing, but low cost is relative. Low cost for who? It's because so we build a housing development, low-cost housing, $200,000. Some people can't go to the bank to get a loan for a house, no matter how low you put it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was very heartened when, for example, the member for Grosile was talking about the very, very low rates at which some of the persons in his constituency will be able to access housing. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have been able to do during my stint as the Minister for Foreign Affairs is that we have invited the UN agency called UN Habitat to establish a social housing lab in St. Lucia, and that is already underway, Mr. Speaker. Discussions are being had with the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is at an advanced stage of implementation. To have a proper social housing lab in St. Lucia, a very real presence of UN Habitat here for the first time in St. Lucia so that we can begin to take the issue of housing for the poor and most vulnerable seriously. It's high time we do that. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, and the mantra is no one left behind. And housing is certainly part of that. So this is something that has been achieved under my tenure as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, for the first time historically, we had a cabinet meeting at which every single UN agency was present. Every single UN agency, the head of every single UN agency joined us virtually in the cabinet room. And I asked specifically for UN Habitat to be present. And I think the cabinet colleagues who were present at the meeting will remember, and that request was made to say that we want housing put on the priority list so that there can be a special effort to find creative ways to ensure that no one is left behind, no family is left behind on the question of what we were taught at school is one of the basic needs. We were taught food, clothing, and shelter, but somehow the shelter has got left behind. And Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to say that that is an initiative that was prioritized at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under my watch. Mr. Speaker, I spoke at another time in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, about how we made our démarche to both the Canadian government and the US government, because we know how difficult it is for St. Lucians when they have to travel to get their US visas or the Canadian visas. In the case of the US, to have to travel to Barbados. In the case of Canada, to have to travel to Trinidad. And the expenses associated with that. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say that both these countries have established satellite offices here in St. Lucia. And I am advised, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact figures, but I am advised that ever since these offices have opened in St. Lucia, we have, in the case of the US, close to 1,100 St. Lucians have been able to renew their visas here, right here, without having to travel to Barbados to get this done. I wasn't able to get the figures for Canada. I apologize. In fact, the office is temporarily closed, I suspect, due to the travel restrictions. But that is something I would like to present to the Honorable House at some point when I have the opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that with the establishment of the Academy, what we will see is that there will be more of an outreach, more of an invitation, more of a reaching out of our ministry to the South Louis Community College, to the students in the secondary schools. Students who want to pursue a diplomatic career can have an opportunity from very early to identify that, and through our academy, we can make sure we are building a world-class foreign service for the future. Mr. Speaker, I know time goes by so very quickly, and given that most of the honorable members have used much of their time to talk about their constituencies, I think that I should ensure that I start talking about my constituency quite early so that I do not run out of time. And what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, first of all, is the great privilege that I have, the honor that I have, the good opportunity that I have to serve the people of Castries Central. I'll be honest, This is a very challenging constituency. Mr. Speaker, politics now is so much more challenging than when I entered as a 26-year-old in 1996. So much more challenging. Mr. Speaker, when I entered politics, there was not the cell phone. I've said this so many times. Mr. Speaker, when I entered politics, there was not the constituency office. When I entered politics, Mr. Speaker, I do not recall having to pay anybody to put up posters anywhere. I do not recall having to pay agents at the polling station. Mr. Speaker, people came and did what they had to do. Mr. Speaker, we live in an age now where, Mr. Speaker, my phone number is public and 24/7 I receive messages from my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I've got an email address that is printed outside my constituency office, big and bold, and all emails come directly to me. Nobody reads my emails from my constituency or my constituents. I read it myself. Mr. Speaker, my constituency office is opened 4 days a week. The 5th day is reserved for staff personal development. Mr. Speaker, I have received over 2,500 emails direct to me on my constituency email. I have seen over 1,400 people. I'm not talking about repeat visits. I'm talking about I have seen at my constituency office over 1,400 people, separate individuals in my constituency over there. Some have come 7 times, some have come 10 times. Mr. Speaker, I cannot recall ever working so hard, ever connecting with so many people, ever writing so many letters on behalf of persons, ever responding to so many WhatsApp messages, Mr. Speaker. I cannot recall ever having so many programs in my constituency, ever requesting for so many street lights, Mr. Speaker. I cannot recall ever working so hard day and night, in and out, Mr. Speaker, but yet I cannot recall so many complaints and requests. Mr. Speaker, expectations are high. Mr. Speaker, needs are great. And I have to pause and say, Mr. Speaker, I have to say kudos to every single member of parliament sitting here, because this life is not easy. It is not easy, Mr. Speaker. With the advent of social media, Mr. Speaker, with the advent of the internet and people see what is happening elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, we hear, we speaking, and we live. Not just live in St. Lucia, we live around the world. You misstep and people are on your case right away. This is not an easy job, Mr. Speaker, because the expectations are so high. And especially in the last year, resources so strained and limited, but yet still the expectations are not any less. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I say, Mr. Speaker, but for the help of angels, but for the help of angels, we would not be standing here. But for the help of angels. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying all this not to complain about the work, to say what an onerous responsibility it is, to say how truly, and certainly in my case, it has to be God doing it. It can only be God doing it. And before, Mr. Speaker, I speak about my achievements in the constituency, I want to give God the honor, the glory, and the praise completely. For any time I say I did, or for any time I say we did, meaning my team in my constituency or the government, it really is that God did. It really is that God did. So, Mr. Speaker, I remember when I won the elections in 2016, I made the bold, I set a bold vision, I set a bold objective, I set a bold mission for myself, or a very, a target of very large proportions. I said I wanted to know each constituent by name. Speaker, you know what it's like when you start getting a little bit older. You can't even remember people who went to school with you. You look at them and you're trying to remember their names and you can't remember. It's natural. But what I was trying to say was that I wanted a personalized approach to addressing the needs of my constituents. What I wanted to say that each person mattered. What I wanted to say that it would not be a one-size-fits-all. That is what I wanted to say, and I set out right away to set structures in place because, as I said before, I wanted to give the people the best of me. So, Mr. Speaker, my constituency office had to be set up to achieve that. And I want to pause and say how one of the first things I did in the constituency office was that I invited the member for Castries Southeast to my constituency office, the Minister for Economic Development. Because my constituency office was just a hall. And we had already discussed, the government had already discussed, we had already thought that our approach to the CDP wouldn't be a concrete bricks and mortar approach. That we would use the CDP resources also to build and invest in people. The Prime Minister spoke in his budget address about building human resilience and building a world-class people. And we know that while structures are very important, people need to have a conducive environment and structure to do their work, but building human capacity is, of course, even more important because structures will come down. Structures can come down very easily. A hurricane comes and wipes out the structures. Look at the volcano, wipes out structures. But strong people can build back even stronger structures. And so, Mr. Speaker, we, the Minister of Economic Development, it was a new idea that I wanted to introduce a personal development training and recruitment program in my constituency to address the issue of jobs, employment, and security. And so that was how the Synergy program started. And Mr. Speaker, it has been a journey. And I have to confess that I was busy preparing a great picture display that I would have treated the house to. But unfortunately, or fortunately rather, because I'm getting it out of the way, I was called to speak when I was still selecting my pictures. And so I've had to come up here really without notes, but God help me. So, Mr. Speaker, no, the picture display isn't there because I didn't get to do it, but I'm sure that I'll put it up on my Facebook page and people can be treated. But, Mr. Speaker, in the Synergy program, In the Synergy project, which was launched in 2018, we have established more than 20 programs. Oh, I see something is up here. Somebody's doing something for me. Right, Urban Grow is there. Oh, you did something for me. Wonderful, thank you. So I'll speak to this. Urban Grow, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we started very early with agriculture. And when we did the Synergy program, we listed a whole range of activities that people might be interested in, and we found that most of the constituents, or most of the people who came, were interested in agriculture. Surprise, surprise. So we've had our farm now for more than 2 years, and we are on our 3rd or 4th harvest. And as you can see, we've been able, oh, there is me here carrying some lettuce. I enjoy farming. My father was a farmer, and I guess I took after my dad and my mom as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we've been able to be on our 4th harvest. And what do we do with our produce at the moment? We have been, because of the COVID pandemic, we have been able to distribute over 300 parcels of vegetables to the people in our constituency. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we wanted to do was have an award ceremony for Synergy, but it seems that we won't be able to have it with COVID. So I intend to give out a few awards here. I intend to give out a few awards in this sitting. Speaker, and I want to give an award to the Minister of Agriculture. I would like to give my first Synergy Award to the Minister of Agriculture. Speaker, when we had this idea, Mr. Speaker, I went to the Minister of Agriculture and I said, we want to have a farm. We're from Castries Central. We have no land to farm. He says, Castries Central have farmers. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture comes across as a little rough sometimes. But, Mr. Speaker, that is only a very, very thin layer. The Minister of Agriculture is gentle and very kind underneath. But one thing, don't waste his time. Don't waste his time. So, Mr. Speaker, what I realized was when I went to the Minister of Agriculture, he was more ready than I was. So when I mentioned it to him, and he didn't hear back from me, he said, what, I thought you said you wanted some land. And it was ready, Mr. Speaker, 2.16 acres, and that's what we are doing with it. We graduated, we joined the Farmer Field School, the Ministry of Agriculture, and we were able to graduate 5 of our farmers from that Farmer Field School, and all but one of them is still on the farm. The one who isn't had to leave because, in fact, he was one of our best farmers, but because of the challenges we face in Castries Central, some of our young men can't work in an open field. I shall say no more. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what we're doing. Our farm is doing very well. And later on, I'll talk about a new initiative that we're bringing in called Synergy Business Support. And that will help us shape the future of our farm and how we can really make young entrepreneurs out of our farmers. And I want to put the dear Minister of Agriculture on notice to let him know that there are adjoining lands in the vicinity. And of course, we wouldn't ask him for more land unless we maximize the use of the current spot that we're on. But I've already asked him to reserve a spot for us that is not too far from where he's given us because, Mr. Speaker, we have more than enough people who are ready to do farming with us. One of our new initiatives with Synergy for this financial year is Synergy Special. This is our program that looks after persons with special needs. We have 4 of our disabled young persons who have agreed to produce seedlings for us, for our farm. So they will be producing the seedlings at home, We've already visited their homes. We will create and build the space for them to do it because they're all on wheelchairs. We will create the space for them to do it. They will produce our seedlings. So rather than buy seedlings, we will engage disabled persons in our community to do the seedlings for us. So this is Urban Grow, and Mr. Minister of Agriculture, an award to you. The Synergy Learning Academy. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that we were able to graduate 5 of our farmers. And of course, our academy does not necessarily provide the training, but what we do is collaborate with established agencies. So people register with us, we find the courses, and we support them. We find the courses that are accredited, and we support them with bursaries. So we graduated 6 farmers. We've also been able to graduate 23 plumbers, auto mechanics, and general maintenance. We collaborated with the South Louis Community College. They designed a program to meet our needs. They designed a program for us, and they were able to graduate 23 of our young people from Castries Central in these disciplines. Mr. Speaker, we were able also to have a culinary training program, and that was done in collaboration with NSDC and the Peruvian Agency for Tourism and Hospitality. We were able to have 2 of these training programs. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to interrupt, but we're hoping that this program, which is called Harvest, which is our farm-to-table program, because our intention is to be able to use the produce of our farm to enhance the school feeding programs in the community near where we farm and also Castries Central. In fact, 2 of the persons who trained in the Harvest program are now leading our farm hospitality at Roseau because we provide daily meals for our farmers. Also, Mr. Speaker, we are running CXC math classes. We have 8 persons who've joined our math class. That is run on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it's run from our personal development center called Pathway. Speaker, in addition to that, in terms of education, the support we've been able to do, we've given quite a number of bursaries, Mr. Speaker. We provide support with e-learning devices. And I said before, Mr. Speaker, I applauded the efforts of the GINet persons who are ensuring that a number of communities in my constituency are now being, the infrastructure is being run right now. I think I mentioned Wilton's Yard, I mentioned Black Stars, I mentioned Lakudu as 3 of the areas that are now being set up for GI to ensure that our young people have access to the internet. So that's the Synergy Learning Academy, Mr. Speaker. Synergy Business Support, and I'm speaking to it only as he brings it up. Thank you very much, Jamie. Mr. Speaker, one of the things the COVID pandemic has done, Mr. Speaker, is that it's put a number of people out of work. So we have a new poor that has emerged. Of course, we had the challenges of unemployment, and our government has done quite well in terms of addressing that issue. But what we have found is even persons who are employable, who have skills, now are looking for jobs. So whereas we can provide direct employment, whether it be in our farm, whether it be in our harvest program, it is really important to provide business support to people who can do it on their own, but they need some kind of support to do it. So that's a new project that we are developing. It's just being conceptualized, and I'm hoping that in this financial year, we can see it develop more. But just to say that one of the projects we want to support is the Uptown Sea Traders. There are a number of young people in my constituency in Grass Street who have started a good CMOS business. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, when I went to visit, I saw them drying their CMOS on the road, literally, open to the elements. We had a chat about that, and now we have already designed a facility that we want to build and allow them to use. This is what it looks like, and we're hoping that in this financial year, we will be able to provide the facility whereby they can run their business efficiently. But of course, Mr. Speaker, I have to say at the heart of synergy is the whole idea of personal development. So this facility does not necessarily come free. It comes at a peppercorn rent, but they will have to agree to a number of things. For example, business coaching, for example, mandatory personal development and life skills. All of this comes with a package. When people sign up our Synergy form, they choose what disciplines they are interested in, but if they don't tick personal development, it's ticked for them anyway. Because we really believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can provide all the direct support, but what we must do is give persons the life skills, help them, give them the support for personal development so that they can begin to make healthy and wise decisions. And that's how we empower people and ensure that what we do is sustainable. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that every one of our programs that we have developed has been developed with engagement with the community. We have not just simply sat there and said, oh, let's do this project, oh, let's do that project. No, we've gone out there, we've met the people, and we've seen the work that they are already involved in. And then we've given them, or we're trying to give them, proper structure in terms of infrastructure, but also, as I said, personal development. So, Mr. Speaker, on my many rounds in the community, the many places that I visited, whereas I thought, for example, that farming was something we would have to encourage the people of Castries Central to do. No, they were already doing it. They are already doing it. What we're doing is ensuring that there is structure. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Castries Central who have embraced this project. There have been people, in fact, most of the people who join with us stay with us. The persons who come to our project find that it is a family. It is where it is perhaps the one area of employment in St. Lucia where you will not be asked what your past was. It is probably the one project or the one area of employment in St. Lucia you will not be asked if you had a criminal record. You will not be asked. And if we find out you had one, this doesn't disqualify you. What we want to know is, what are you prepared to do with your life today? That is what we want to know. What are you prepared to do with your life today? And our commitment is to walk that journey with you as long as you want to continue to walk it. We have our rules, we have our standards, but Mr. Speaker, it's all based on love, care, and true concern about the human person. Synergy Gold, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to applaud the government for continuing the Caregivers Program, where throughout the length and breadth of this country, our older persons, our vulnerable persons, our disabled persons receive care in their homes. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are so many more persons who need care than we can provide care. And our commitment is to continue to know and to find out exactly who those vulnerable people are, so that in time to come, they would not have to come to us. We would have a register, know they're vulnerable, and we will go to them.
Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes in which to complete your presentation.
Did you tell me what my time, Mr. Speaker, or my mic?
15 minutes in which.
15?
Yes, sir.
Time does go by very quickly. Synergy Gold, if you can take us back there, Jemmy, thank you. Synergy Gold, Mr. Speaker, what are you seeing there? This is not an ordinary caregiver, no. This is a Synergy trained person who is providing therapeutic care to the older person. Mr. Speaker, we trained 2 massage therapists who were already qualified and had many years of experience in massage therapy. We sent them to Barbados to train particularly on providing therapeutic massages to older persons. And that's what's happening here. A trained massage therapist is providing a therapeutic manicure to an older person in our constituency. So we have 2 of these persons who are trained, and as the caregivers who work within the committee go around, we get a report of who might benefit. Mr. Speaker, this idea came actually when I was receiving a massage from one of those persons which I pay for, of course. She was explaining to me that she did go to give a massage to an older lady that she knew very well. She was just doing it as, as a kind gesture. And she said that the lady began getting back her feelings in her limbs, and she hadn't been able to move for a long time. So I said, why don't we do that? She says, of course, why don't we train? So we found that center in Barbados, and that's what we are doing. So this is one of the ways that we show we care. Now, you never heard that before. We didn't boast about this. We were doing this for more than a year. We didn't boast about it. No, we just do it. And Mr. Speaker, you might be wondering why gold. This is gold because we really value our senior citizens. In fact, it's been suggested to me that it should have been Synergy Platinum. But that is something that we'll think about. So there we are, Mr. Speaker. This is what we are doing for the older persons in our community, touching them and really assisting. Housing support, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about housing earlier, and I want to tell the people of Castries Central that should they decide to place their trust and confidence in me again in the next election, Mr. Speaker, that housing will be one of the most important priorities, Mr. Speaker, in this constituency in the coming years. And we are setting the stage for this even now. So, Mr. Speaker, throughout the past years, we've responded. Remember the Rose Hill fire, we responded and assisted. We provided direct support to the victims and also assisted a number of them to rebuild. We also did the same in Wilton's Yard, where we assisted families who were affected to rebuild. What we are doing now, you can see before and after shots. We have obtained at least 2 to 3 housing units that we've refurbished and renovated, and this has been used for emergency housing for vulnerable families who need it. That's a stopgap measure, Mr. Speaker, because you may have heard that through the support of the Government of Canada, and certainly our CDP would be funding most of it, we have begun the retrofitting of a facility which is actually housed in Castries North. And this will house up to 9 mothers and 14 children. It's called First House. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that, there it is, we can hope to see happening very soon, where we can house mothers and children who are vulnerable. I want to say a big thank you and to offer an award to the Minister for Infrastructure, because he has allowed us to house this facility in his constituency. And the Minister for Infrastructure, the Member of Parliament for Castries North, needed no persuasion at all. It was so clear to see where the minister's heart was when the minister understood that the vulnerable women and children of his constituency would have an opportunity to be housed in this facility. He has embraced it fully, and I want to thank him. Mr. Speaker, one of the programs we will be having in this facility, the ground floor, will house, in addition to a daycare, a gym, training rooms, and counseling rooms, it will house an industrial kitchen so that the patrons would have an opportunity to train and to provide meals of a very high standard as a means of generating employment and income. Mr. Speaker, listen to what's coming. We are not forgetting the young men, Mr. Speaker. Horizon. He doesn't have this flyer. Horizon, Mr. Speaker, is our program of mentoring and sheltering for young men. That's coming. That's coming. And Mr. Speaker, I said before that every single program that we have come up in Synergy has come from the grassroots, has come from a story, has come from a challenge that somebody who has come to us is facing. And our motto at Synergy is, the Synergy way, we go all the way. If there's a challenge that is faced, we will find a way of dealing with it. If we can't deal with it ourselves, we will find an agency that can deal with it. If there is no agency, if there is no program, we will create one. And that's what we have done. A young man in our program, Mr. Speaker, faced many challenges, is facing many challenges. And Mr. Speaker, it was either with us or in bodily. There was no other way. Either with us or in bodily. And Mr. Speaker, my heart broke. I'm going to be honest. My heart broke when 3 police officers came to Pathway and came to arrest the young man, and I had to send to get him in his math class. My heart broke. And I had to witness the arrest of this young man who I had to send to call from his math class. And, Mr. Speaker, I have a son. I have a son. And when I watched that, I went home with tears in my eyes. And, Mr. Speaker, it was his mother who had sent to arrest him. And she is also a participant in our program. She's a Synergem. Mr. Speaker, this was family. This was right there. This problem was in our house. And so, Mr. Speaker, I woke up in the middle of the night and I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to call his mother because I didn't want to interfere. But, Mr. Speaker, it was as though my son. And to cut a long story short, I had the courage to call the mother the next day to say, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And she says, "Yes, I'm about to go down to identify him in a parade, in an ID parade at the police station so he could be charged." I begged her and said, "Would you give us an opportunity to do something?" She said, "You'll have to talk to my husband." I said, "Well,
I will talk to him. I said, but can you just not go to the police station? Give me a chance. She said, well, you have to call the arresting officer. I said, well, you need to call him because he wouldn't take my word for it. She said, yes, you can call him. And I called the officer and I said, officer, I don't want to interfere. But I know if he's charged, there'll be a very limited involvement that we can have. The officer said, you know something? I don't want to charge him. And this officer now is the first mentor of our program, mentoring and sheltering. And Mr. Speaker, we are now housing this young man at an undisclosed location. And that was how Horizon was born. If we don't keep him, Mr. Speaker, we fear what might happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that sometimes, I said this is God's work. Sometimes this was the last program we intended to do. This was the last. We thought somebody else would do it. We were seen after young women, but we thought somebody else would see after young men, and we would work with them. But it's right up our street, and that's Horizon. And Mr. Speaker, this one will be housed in my constituency. I took the Prime Minister to the location where it will be housed, and this is all because of the vision of this government. Speaker, this Prime Minister perhaps deserves the biggest award of all. I have awards for the Minister for Planning, because the premises we've been able to get to do the work we're doing is because of this Minister of Planning, who sits on nothing. The Speaker, you ask for something and he says, let's see how we can do it. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Equity, our synergy programs are administered by the St. Lucia Social Development Fund, which comes under the Minister for Equity. And Mr. Speaker, he is my member of Parliament and he's getting my vote. Mr. Speaker, before I go down to Castries Central to mind my business, I'm going to vote in Rosalie. And I'm going to be voting for no other than. Mr. Speaker, so very often I've had to go to say to the minister, can you send our stuff over for us, read this and that. And the Minister for Social Equity deserves an award, deserves a Synergy Award. Mr. Speaker, I know I have to run quickly because you're going to tell me very soon I have 5 more minutes. Is it, Mr. Speaker? I have 5? I have not even spoken about the community infrastructure. You know, Mr. Speaker, we've been taught to think, Mr. Speaker, we've been taught to think that unless we build roads, sidewalks, of course, roads are absolutely important. Castries Central doesn't have such a great need for roads, although we do. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I've got 5 minutes and I'm being interrupted. 5 minutes and there's cross-talk, Mr. Speaker. I'm about to give a great award. So, Mr. Speaker, I was coming to the Minister of Education because we've got 3 trucks from Japan. We just got for our Clean, Green and Safe program. I'm tired of all the garbage that's in Castries Central. And the Solid Waste Management Authority is coming up with a pilot project to see how we can help clean up Castries Central. And with the support of the Minister of Education and Sustainable Development, we were able to get 3 garbage trucks. They arrived sometime in February, and that's for our Clean, Green and Safe program. So, Minister of Education, there is an award for you. There are a few ministers who haven't gotten awards. They are in the pipeline. Minister Este has done a lot for sport, but I've left him alone with the other communities. However, we've spoken and he has assured me that as soon as we are ready, he's going to be ready. But this is not to say we have not done stuff in sports in Castries Central. We've refurbished the New Village Court, we've refurbished the CDC Court, and we've sponsored quite a number of sporting competitions. But Mr. Speaker, You know a good leader. You know a good leader when you work with one. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was first downloading, I wouldn't say conceptualizing, I wouldn't say creating. I did not create this program. It would be impossible for me to create this program. I recall the Prime Minister and I were at a meeting overseas somewhere, and I said, no, PM, I'm working on a new program. He says, what, you are developing? I said, no, PM, I'm not developing, I'm downloading. And he got the point. He got the point. And I would say that the Prime Minister has been the greatest supporter of the Synergy program ever. Mr. Speaker, were it not for the enabling environment that the Prime Minister, through his leadership style and his genuine concern and compassion for the people of St. Lucia, I would not dare to dream. I would not dare to think, Mr. Speaker, I would not dare to step out on this adventure. I do because I know there is not just a supportive, enabling environment of people who truly care about St. Lucians, but that the leader at the head of this nation truly embraces change, is truly visionary, and truly wants to build a world-class St. Lucia and a world-class people. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I do need to say that I said that personal development is at the heart of our Synergy program. It's about building people from the core. It's about ensuring that when Sarah Flood Beaubrand, or when every one of us here moves on, that there is something left for generations who are coming. And so, Mr. Speaker, you might ask, what's all this personal development about? Mr. Speaker, we have come up with our own personal development manuals. There are 15 different models, Mr. Speaker, that address every aspect of human development. And I have to say that I met a young lady called Dr. Wendy Bailey Joseph. I didn't know her before. And Mr. Speaker, when I read her CV, and when I saw the lady's disposition, how she carries herself, when I saw the dignified air about her, I said to myself, that is someone who I believe, educator, curriculum specialist, that is someone I believe who would be a great person to develop our Synergy personal development manuals with us. And I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Wendy Bailey Joseph, because not only is she the lead consultant on the development of our manuals, she spends quite a bit of time at Pathway with us, actually doing these programs, doing these sessions with our people, so that we not only have the manuals, but we can also be able to test out the modules at the same time. Speaker, I know you're about to stop me, but please allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, because the question will be, where is all this going to? How do you know this is working? By the way, I said we have about 20 programs. There are a lot of them I didn't speak about, but I'm going to make sure, Mr. Speaker, I put this, what I intended to show fully, I'm going to try to put it on Facebook. Nowadays, I've hired a social media person because I'm not social media savvy at all. So I'm going to put it on Facebook, but I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, UNECLAC, I received just about an hour ago. I sent it to you, PM. I sent it to you in your WhatsApp. They have just drawn up the terms of reference. They will be coming down to evaluate the effectiveness of our programs. The head of the UNECLAC was very impressed with what he saw, and well, we do believe that that is a model perhaps that can be replicated, of course. It's not a perfect program, it's a pilot we're doing, but the UN agency, UNECLAC, will be here very, very soon to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs, to see how they can be improved, how they can be replicated, and how they can be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we have been working. We have been working, Mr. Speaker, in Castries Central. Certainly we have. And Mr. Speaker, all I wish to say is to the people of Castries Central and the people of St. Lucia, let's keep working. Let's keep working. We have only just begun. I support wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, the appropriation bill as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Great job, sir. Very, very good.
Good job. Shannon sent fancy PowerPoint for you.
No, I don't know what he did.
He's looking at you. Oh, you like it?
Honorable members, I'm asking for us to resolve ourselves into committee. That would just permit me a minute to run downstairs and come back up. I do not want to suspend the House. It's just going to resolve into committee. Yes, yes. I've spoken to the good sergeant, so she'll lower down the mace. Oh, you're not hearing. Sorry about that. I've just we will resolve ourselves into committee. That would permit me a quick break, and then no, that's right. No. PM.
Speak very
PM.
quickly.
Just resolve.
Oh, going to committee. Yeah, we were not hearing. That's okay, PM. He's going to committee.
I heard my time was very dull.
Who? He was not.
I heard that Kenya's presentation was very dull.
Yes. Sleepy at best. Sleepy.
So why? I mean, what's going on?
I don't know what is going on. I don't understand the game being played.
He tried, but
Honorable Member for Castries North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the Appropriation Bill 2021-2022. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged this evening to join fellow parliamentarians who have articulated their opinions and positions on the budget policy statement presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance last Tuesday evening in his advancement of the Appropriation Bill 2021-2022 and the roadmap into the future. Mr. Speaker, our language and actions in this chamber are being echoed and performed against a backdrop of mutilated by current biological, ecological, social, political, and economic exogenous shocks. Mr. Speaker, the task at hand isn't easy, as our people and our country are faced with the challenges of crime, violence, and public disorder, suicides, COVID-19, and the consequential economic contraction, loss of jobs in the economy, and most recently the eruption of La Sofia volcano in our sister island of St. Vincent, thus exacerbating an already fragile situation in the local, regional, and global environment. And notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we are called upon in our daily lives as a government and as a people to grapple with the unexpected natural events. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I wish to reflect on some of those most recent events and hereby express my sincere condolences to former Senator Joachim Henry and his family over the death of his son Josimar Henry, a young man from my constituency who I knew personally and admired so much for his promise, discipline, talent, treasure, and ambition. I also wish to sympathize with the family of Owen Bolo Emson, another constituent of mine, a hard-working and dedicated driver within the Department of Infrastructure, who passed suddenly last Saturday. Also, I sympathize with the many St. Lucians who lost loved ones, who were snatched away by COVID, some without an opportunity to say goodbye, even in their final moments. To our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent, my second family home, who have been dispossessed by the eruption of the La Sofia volcano, I join in the expressions of sympathy and the extension of a helping hand to the government and people during this time of the greatest need. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, I want to commend the Prime Minister on the presentation which he made last Tuesday and look forward to the outcome of the results of the Appropriation Bill or the Appropriation Act when it is passed to the benefit of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister reduced his budget address to the theme, adapting, overcoming, and preserving. Quite appropriate to the times that we are living in. But, Mr. Speaker, in our quest to adapt, overcome, and preserve, I am reminded by Mr. Guy Ryder, the ILO Director General, who in an address to the Development Committee and the International Monetary and Financial Committee during the 2021 spring meetings of the World Bank Group and the IMF stated that, and I quote, COVID-19 crisis recovery policies must be human-centered and must address pre-existing world of work challenges as well as impact on the pandemic. He said, and I quote, "There is a very real risk that COVID-19 crisis will leave a legacy of widening inequality and social injustices." In other words, Mr. Speaker, the Director General is simply saying that we cannot forget the challenges or the ills that existed in our societies and formulate new initiatives. Otherwise, we are likely to have widening inequality and social injustices. In other words, Mr. Speaker, do not forget where we came from and what we were challenged with, and to prepare to continue to prepare for face those achievements, and to position the department for the newly emerging challenges at our doorstep. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor continues to serve the primary administrator of labor legislation, while at the same time being the catalyst for the promotion and maintenance of industrial stability in our country. Mr. Speaker, please grant me the opportunity to address some of the areas of activity of the department at this time. Following COVID, Mr. Speaker, the activities of the department, such as investigation of individual and trade disputes, continued, though escalating, while greater emphasis was placed on providing current and accurate information to the general public in relation to the pandemic. Most persons who requested the assistance of the department were raising issues related to COVID and the impact on work. Advisory and educational services were largely centered on the legislative and policy amendments which were necessary for the effective management of the effects of the pandemic at industrial establishments. Among the activities, Mr. Speaker, are the various interventions undertaken by the department. Industrial complaints received were 823, investigated 621, individual disputes 121, resolved 54, trade disputes 71, we resolved 66, inspections of industrial establishments 7, presentation to industrial establishments 98, redundancy assessments brought to our attention 4,812, an estimated number of walk-ins during this period 1,685. In the Occupational Health and Safety Department, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the government of Cuba, we were able in the last year to continue our work in that department, considering the magnitude of in occupational health and safety needs. Public sector organizations who were inspected and industrial for occupational health and safety violations 18, private sector organizations 78, construction sites 37, number of complaints received 61, total number of occupational accidents reported and investigated 99. And to many, I'm sure, these figures are unheard of, the number of occupational accidents on the island. Investigations and evaluation of health hazards 4, number of building plans reviewed 52, and permission to operate construction sites during COVID 604. In the work permit division, Mr. Speaker, we continued to issue work permits in 2020-2021. 763 work permits were issued. A number of those work permits, the majority, I should say 410, were exemptions on the various concessions granted in the tourism sector particularly, and some of the larger hotels who were granted concessions, while the remaining 353 were permits issued under the normal program. In the employment unit, Mr. Speaker, one of the departments, or units rather, which we have placed a lot of emphasis in the last few years, the employment unit was able to maintain itself with a total number of 263 workers traveling to Canada to participate in the Seasonal Agriculture Worker Program. This was quite challenging to us, Mr. Speaker, last year because of the impact of COVID and the number of workers who were forced to abandon the intention to participate in the program. Mr. Speaker, out of the 263, 40 were new recruits, while the remainder were those already on the program being recalled by their employers. Mr. Speaker, one of the significant components of the Seasonal Agriculture Worker Program is the contribution towards the economy. And last year, the assessment of the contribution to the economy, to St. Lucia's economy, was $9.398 million in remittances. This, Mr. Speaker, it is our intention, as the program continues to unfold with some new initiatives, that we will see an increase in the remittances. I now move quickly, Mr. Speaker, to renewable energy, which is an area of commitment of this government, continuing our thrust in that regard. We are true to our international commitments to reduce greenhouse gases and to increase energy independence. With that, Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, we have seen a number of solar PV installation on schools and other government buildings, public buildings, among them being the Choiseul Secondary School. 25 kilowatt peak facility was installed. The Forestier Primary, 6 kilowatt peak. Debarra Primary, 7 kilowatt peak. Vieux Campus B, 8 kilowatt peak. Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, 25 kilowatt peak. National Wellness Center, 25 kilowatt. Nemo Building, 25. OKEU, 200 kilowatt. And this one was a special because the limit established under the current arrangement is 25, but we're able to get the Regulatory Commission to grant 200 kilowatt permission. The Ministry of Infrastructure, 58 kilowatt, and the Governor General's residence, 5 kilowatt. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's capacity to date in terms of installed generating capacity of renewables is 2 megawatts. And if you were to compare this with what our installed generating capacity is on the island by Lucia, it's 78.4 megawatts. And renewable stands, that is solar PV system, stands at 2 megawatts, making it 3.3% of peak demand, which is at 60 megawatts. I move quickly, Mr. Speaker, to the Heunore International Airport. Mr. Speaker, at the Heunore International Airport, under the United Arab Emirates Caribbean Renewable Energy Fund, UAE CREF, support has been received for installation of 23 solar street lights and a 750 kilowatt solar carport with fast chargers for electric vehicle charging at the parking facility at the Heunore International Airport. This, Mr. Speaker, is an attraction to the airport in its new development. The total value of the project is $2.2 million US. The other project, Mr. Speaker, which the government of St. Lucia has been involved in, is the one which speaks to a 10 megawatt solar farm with battery storage project at Turmasay. That project, Mr. Speaker, the government has guaranteed US $15 million in loan funding for Lucia from the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development towards the establishment of a 10 megawatt solar farm at Turmasay. The project appraisal mission is ongoing, with actual project implementation expected to commence during the final quarter of 2021. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, energy efficiency, sustainable development in Caribbean buildings. St. Lucia will benefit this, and therefore the Richmond Dennery Police Station and the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College will receive LED lighting retrofits. Leadership in energy and environmental designs, LEED qualifications, certification, that is ongoing, and we are pretty much ahead in the training of 50 professionals from both the private and public sector. Also, Mr. Speaker, is the finalization of the very critical electricity bill and regulations, which will certainly liberalize the energy sector and to allow other power producers to get involved and to produce, whether it's wind, solar, or other forms of renewable. I move quickly to the maritime sector, Mr. Speaker, and St. Lucia has been steadfast in its approach to modernize our maritime industry. And we have been able, through SLASPA, to create an international open ship registry via a review of the shipping legislation through the amendment of the Shipping Act, Cap 13.27 in 2016. This will allow companies or persons from other countries to register the vessels under the country's flag. While this is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, we will continue our effort in further modernizing the legislation to allow St. Lucia to have an international class ship registry. This, Mr. Speaker, calls for new shipping legislation to standardize training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers and the environmental consequences. Mr. Speaker, IMO Member State Audit Scheme, IMSAS audit, St. Lucia in May of 2018, May 7th to 11th of 2018, underwent this audit, and we were able to get a true assessment of our standards in maritime, and we are working towards ensuring that we erase the deficits which have been identified. The United Kingdom Hydrographic Office, hydrographic surveys, SLASPA coordinated with a team from the UKHO to survey the main ports of St. Lucia. The survey provided St. Lucia with aid to better plan for port and tourism development and the safety of navigation, with a formal MOU being signed with the UKHO. This, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to as we continue to improve our port facilities in Castries, in Vieux-Fort for cruise, and in cul-de-sac for cargo. Port services, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken on the Eleonora International Airport and the tremendous investment which the government is making at Eleonora. Mr. Speaker, that investment comprises 92,070 square feet of terminal building space, a tower with a height of 109 feet, runway 9,000 feet, and 6 parking aprons with a total area of 352,916 square feet. That is the new Eleonora International Airport. The project description, Mr. Speaker, is expected to, 1, construct a new terminal building, perform short-term remedial works to facilitate passenger comfort and to meet regulatory requirements, improve the road infrastructure, landside as it is presently not adequate, construct a new modern tower and technical block, and the security systems at the airport, being inadequate, will be upgraded to international standards. The cost and duration of the project, Mr. Speaker, once again, is $175 million US, and that project started in November of 2020 last year. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the project scope. The component 1, improvement of the runway safety and resilience. Some $32.5 million will be spent on this component. The second component, Mr. Speaker, is the modernization of the air navigation system. Some $4 million US will be spent. Component number 3, institutional strengthening and some $4.5 million will be spent on this component. The next component, project management, $4 million will be spent on this component, hiring of technical specialists and project managers. And component 5, contingent emergency response, on this one, Mr. Speaker, some $9 million will be spent on this component. There is, Mr. Speaker, now at HIA, after much delay, a private jet operation, and that operation, the total passenger airlift movement and passenger throughput was 414 and 1,128 respectively for the period in review. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the Point Seraphim berth upgrade. Again, during the last 5 years, we spent $18 million to upgrade the Point Seraphim berth, number 1, at Point Seraphim, and was completed in December 2019. This berth, Mr. Speaker, because of the upgrade, now can accommodate vessels of up to 114 feet in length. In the last period, Mr. Speaker, we have been able, in the fiscal period, to acquire equipment to upgrade, to facilitate the volume of cargo arriving at Port Castries and therefore. 1 20-ton forklift was operated, 1 Calmer reach stacker, 1 vacuum sweeper truck, 2 roll trailers, and 1 pilot boat. The cargo shed at Vieux was renovated, and all of these, Mr. Speaker, is in keeping with the mandate ahead of us. I now move, Mr. Speaker, quickly to infrastructure. On the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken of the commitment of the department and the effort the department has been putting in road infrastructure. One of our main areas of emphasis is that of road safety. And you'd recognize, Mr. Speaker, as you drive around the country, you will see the aggressive actions of the department installing road safety equipment, furniture, and other assets to ensure that persons are safe on the roads and forgiven if in case they violate any of their requirements while driving. This, Mr. Speaker, we intend to intensify to ensure that our roads are not only good, but our roads are safe moving forward. Major programs, Mr. Speaker, moving forward for 2021. The Road Improvement Maintenance Program, Phase 4, RIMP, as we call it, funded from the Republic of China, Taiwan, is ongoing and is at a very advanced stage. Approximately 80 kilometers of road, Mr. Speaker, is being addressed, and that in itself will assist in presenting a better infrastructure to the economy to serve our people and investment in the country. In addition to the RIMP project, with roads throughout the country, north, south, east, and west, whether it's in Soufrière, in Saltibus, Grosley, Larry-Tret, the projects extend throughout the country. In addition to the RIMP, Mr. Speaker, the Millennium Highway and West Coast Road Upgrade Project will soon commence. The project team is in the final stage of selecting a contractor who will be engaged in the first part of the project, which is lot number 1 and 2, the reconstruction of the Millennium Highway. Project office has been established, staff has been recruited, and work should start in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, a number of bidders participated in this exercise in the bidding process. Surrey Paving and Aggregate from Jamaica submitted a bid for what we consider to be lot number 2 from the cul-de-sac bridge to Anstey. Municipal Enterprise Limited, Canada, they bidded for lot number 1, 2, and 3. That is Millennium Highway, cul-de-sac to Ancillary, and Ancillary to Soufrière. Lot number 5, Belvedere Development, Belvedere Place Development of Canada, bidded for lot number 3, and C.O. Williams Construction Limited, Barbados, they bidded for lot number 1 and 2. Those companies, Mr. Speaker, will soon be informed of the decision of the tendering process. Construction of the bridge at cul-de-sac, Mr. Speaker, which is one which started following Tropical Storm Thomas, continued through the administration of the former government, and now we are ready to construct. Work has already started, and in the coming weeks, we will have a formal groundbreaking ceremony to signal the commencement of this gift from the government of Japan, the construction of this $40 million project, which does not only cater for the construction of a bridge, but putting in place all flood mitigation interventions, including booms and other amenities that will help curtail the flooding in the cul-de-sac basin. This, Mr. Speaker, this $40 million project will help enhance the community of cul-de-sac, bring about greater economic activity, and of course, give that kind of resilience in the event of heavy weather, that the economy will not be paralyzed as a consequence of flooding. Mr. Speaker, the new town, yes, cul-de-sac. Mr. Speaker, when that project is over and the Millennium Highway is complete, and with the vision of cul-de-sac being the next cargo port, cul-de-sac will be the new haven for commercial activity in St. Lucia, and we have seen it already with a number of activities that's taken place there, with the recent opening of the KFC and other commercial activities in this area. Mr. Speaker, these are basically some of the projects within the Department of Infrastructure. Road infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, has a long way to go. There, throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, in the communities, as we deal with the primary road network and we move into the tertiary road network, more and more people are calling upon the government to reach out and to deal with community roads. So the next phase will be to look at community roads and to continue that program to ensure that the entire country is covered. And now, Mr. Speaker, I want to move quickly into my constituency, having glossed over the Ministry of Infrastructure, Ports, Energy, and Labor. And to say, Mr. Speaker, that in the last 5 years, and let me just say that when I sought the re-election of the people of Castries North, I indicated that my focus in this 5 years will be that of improving the infrastructure in the constituency. I felt more than anything else, infrastructure, and I speak primarily to road infrastructure, needed that kind of attention. And so, throughout the constituency, we have seen the enhancement and rehabilitation of roads in various communities. The Boapatat Concrete Hill has been rehabilitated. The Leclerc lanes have been rehabilitated. The community of Agad, the roads in Agad, retaining structures and drains, all have been rehabilitated in the last 5 years. The Chase Gardens roads, Mr. Speaker, has just been completed, and the community is quite satisfied with the work which has been done there. Carolee community roads have been rehabilitated, including Palm Lane, Orchard Lane, and Croton Lane, along with ravine retaining structures. And I've highlighted those lanes, Mr. Speaker, because those lanes were all built by persons within the community living along those lanes, all given an opportunity to participate in the economic activity in the constituency. In Active Hill, Mr. Speaker, we have just completed the link road between Active Hill, Leclerc into Carolee, making it yet another connection into that community. Carolee having at least 5 connecting entrances. Bize, Leclerc, Active Hill, Le Passé, Leclerc, York Hill, Mondino, Balata. All of those are entrances that can be used in a hub and spoke method, north, south, east, and west. One can access the community of Carolee. Sunny Acres, Mr. Speaker, installation of guardrails in certain locations, drainage systems, and road safety furniture. Sunny Acres entrance, Mr. Speaker, which created a bottleneck. That was improved, Mr. Speaker, last year. And in the VG community, Mr. Speaker, the community roads are being addressed as we speak. Hopefully, will be completed in the next 4 weeks. The Leclerc River, Mr. Speaker, retaining wall enhancements were done as a first phase. And those of you who saw the videos which were circulating would recognize a wall collapsing into the ravine. And basically what it meant was that the old walls were collapsing while the new walls were maintaining themselves. So the project must continue to be able to enhance and to strengthen the retaining structures of the river so that we can avoid the flooding that takes place in the community. Mr. Speaker, one of the other initiatives that we've got to deal with is, apart from the retaining structures, the river walls, is to attempt to deal with the flooding that takes place frequently whenever there's heavy rain. This must be done, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope that we will find the means, the mechanisms to address it so as to mitigate against flooding within the Leclerc community. Mr. Speaker, community micro-infrastructure projects designed mainly to engage locals in the activities in the constituency. In a number of parts of the constituency, those projects were undertaken. Some of them were undertaken through the CDP and others through the Ministry of Infrastructure. The Active Hill, Tamarind Heights, retaining structures and drains, that, Mr. Speaker, became very effective, as that is a landslide-prone area. And therefore, in the last 5 years, we were able to undertake a number of those projects. Almondale culvert crossing and drainage was done in the last 5 years, during the last 5 years. Mondino retaining structures were done in the last 2 years. Hillcrest Gardens drainage systems were also done. Skate Town drainage and retaining structures. Odlum City retaining structures and drainage. Cedars drainage and retaining structures, including bus shelter. Mondino retaining structures and drainage, and Union Hilltop, Scholars Lane, and rehabilitation and drainage projects. All of those were done in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I move on to sports. In a number of ways, Mr. Speaker, Castries North can't boast of having myriads of playing fields. We're not so fortunate. We do not have the landscape to be able to have 6 playing fields, and to have the first playing field lighted, and to have 3 more playing fields to be lit, and to have so many more coming. So, Mr. Speaker, we are contented with our 1 playing field at Leclerc, which has produced many national players, particularly in football. Mr. Speaker, and on the boundary of Castries, or rather Babono, the Balata playing field is shared between Babono and Castries North, and I must thank the parliamentary representative for his work there and the improvement in the facilities. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing works on the Leclerc playing field. This time we're looking at the surface of the Leclerc playing field, and I want to thank the the people in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Boseju Stadium, Darren Sammy Stadium, who have agreed, and I speak of Mr. Sean Emmanuel, the chairman of the Sports Facilities Management Committee, who has agreed to assist in the regrassing of the Leclerc playing field, and that they will start very soon. Mr. Speaker, the project, without any major excitement and fanfare and animation, has been going on for a while. We started off first with the enclosure of the playing field, which included low walls and fencing, the installation of new LED floodlighting systems, which was done by the Ministry of Sports, improvement to the playing surface, facilitated, and we have been able, through that, to facilitate youth football training programs in collaboration with the Leclerc Football League. All of these activities, Mr. Speaker, at the Leclerc playing field is done in collaboration with the Leclerc Football League and the Facilities Management Committee. In Agad, Mr. Speaker, which is a community, when I came into politics, never dreamt of having a playing field. I took the initiative and acquired private property and created a small facility, nothing compared to Leclerc, nothing compared to Balata or Bogis, but certainly one that the people are so satisfied that they have been able to become the Safe Spaces Futsal headquarters, which was hosted in 2019. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, more enhancement and upgrading of that field will take place, because during the construction of the Balata Mondino Road, it was used as a construction site for loading of materials and parking of equipment. Now that the project has been completed, Mr. Speaker, the grounds will be upgraded and fencing will be installed. The lights have been upgraded already, and so the people of Agad will now have the playing field. They can't wait to have it so that the community can reassemble as they have done throughout on evenings and on weekends whenever there is activity taking place on that small field. Mr. Speaker, the then parliamentary representative for Castries Northeast referred to a small playing field at Wapatat as a handkerchief. That playing field, Mr. Speaker, has certainly been able to provide the services which the young people were looking for then. At the time, Mr. Speaker, when it was built, the young people were clamoring for a playing location, a field, something to at least exercise. And so the action was to acquire lands already purchased by private owners, private citizens, and to create a two-level facility, one with a court, the upper level with a court, and the lower level with an open grass area, which can at least host some small goal and futsal competition. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, after years of establishing that playing field, we have been able to enhance and upgrade the playing surface. In recent times, we have been able to replace and install new LED floodlighting systems, and also we are looking at the improvement of the fencing and to include change room facilities, bleachers, and toilet facilities. Mr. Speaker, what is the way forward for Castries North? Castries North, Mr. Speaker, is one in which there are numerous small projects and medium-sized projects to be continued. In Bize, the continuation and construction of the Bize multipurpose court will be implemented in the next term. At Kareli, the lighting and completion of the Kareli Sports Complex will proceed, while the lighting of the Kareli Park is about to commence, with lighting fixtures having arrived on the island. the refurbishment and installation of new lighting systems at the Chase Gardens multipurpose court, following an intended project last year when it was realized that much of the infrastructure, the lighting structures were eroded and there was need to put in some new lighting structures. That, Mr. Speaker, is on island, and a project will commence. A contract will soon be awarded to commence the lighting of the Chase Gardens multipurpose court. Mr. Speaker, again this year I speak of this long-awaited Sunbuilt HRDC and multipurpose court. It is now more than 5 years, and I'm hoping that on this occasion someone will hear and will have some action to provide a facility for the young men, the young women, and the residents of Sunbuilt and surrounding areas. The land has been acquired, the designs have been done, the letter of approval has been issued. We need some action to get this facility going. Mr. Speaker, the St. Joseph's Convent, a Mecca educational institution, is located in Castries North. And this year, after discussions with the administrator, we are going to proceed with the rehabilitation of the St. Joseph's Convent netball court, a court that is utilized not only by the students of St. Joseph, but also by the community. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I've committed myself to assisting the St. Joseph's Convent preschool, which is one that is left on its own without any government subvention or no contribution from the private sector. We have started some work with the support of private sector individuals to assist the school in upgrading their facilities. Also, Mr. Speaker, a project has been put together for the rehabilitation of the St. Mary's College basketball court. And this, Mr. Speaker, has been submitted for consideration to the CDP program, and it is expected to commence soon. In Amondale, Mr. Speaker, all plans are ready to go for the Amondale Recreational Park, and I'm hoping that in the next year, in the new financial year, this one will be done. Mr. Speaker, the issue of constituency councils. I have been advocating, and I believe that the time has come for the dismantling of what was established as the Castries Constituencies Council. The intention was to bring all of the 4 constituencies in the Castries Basin together under one administrative body, the Castries Constituencies Council. I am not too sure that it is working. I am not too sure that there's fairness in the manner in which it operates. And it is not subjective. I believe it just cannot function. Castries seem to be just the city. And so, with the support of Cabinet, the intention is to establish 4 separate constituency councils: Castries Central, Castries North, Castries East, and Castries South. And with the right arrangement and the right people, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can get the job done. So Castries North, hopefully, should have its constituency council and will be able to administer its taxes, administer the maintenance of the constituency, put in place a system that is transparent and there is accountability so that the people of the constituency can look to the constituency council for the support in the constituency.
Honourable Member, you have 15 minutes in which to complete.
In the 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to the Leclerc Town Centre. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, a decision was taken to dismantle what was known as the Leclerc CDC housing. That was a decision, Mr. Speaker, which transcends governments, 3 administrations: the Jean administration, the King administration, and now the King administration. In every case, Mr. Speaker, it was agreed that there was need to do something better. It was offered, an offer was made to the residents of that area the majority of whom accepted the offer and agreed to move to allow the government to proceed with redevelopment of the area. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at the area and we have given consideration not to continue with housing, but to establish the Castries, to establish the Leclerc or the Vidbutel Town Center, a town center to provide shops, boutiques, farmers market, small enterprise business development center, to focus on the harnessing and developing the talent, creativity, and entrepreneurial potential of the community. Mr. Speaker, what we are looking at is to create that hub to complement the existing supermarket and activities along the VG roundabout, and to connect with the activities on the inner part of Leclerc leading to the school, and to provide the opportunities not only to establish businesses, but also to give the people of Leclerc, those with a level of ambition, an opportunity to operate their small businesses. But to give them support, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the establishment of a small enterprise business development center that will help guide and counsel them in their effort at business and management. Mr. Speaker, that in itself will then create another opportunity and to capitalize on existing legislation for the establishment of a special development area. That special development area, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at will start from the VG roundabout, moving eastward into the community of Leclerc as far as the York Hill, the foot of the York Hill, and then moving westward as far as the Lance Road, creating an area of opportunity for persons to redevelop their properties and to go into business, bed and breakfasts, Airbnb, etc., and to create now a new hub of commercial activity, commercial and social activity at Leclerc, Vidbutel, and Lance Road. This, Mr. Speaker, will create a buffer for persons who would be looking for a particular quality of service, who are suppressed in the city of Castries without any room to move. And the pressure of moving north to the Rodney Bay area, north to Grosley, Rodney Bay area, will now find a midpoint where they can go in comfort and to shop and to socialize. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the ideas. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the intention is to, and it has happened already, the transferal of the lands into Invest St. Lucia, who would undertake a number of projects. One will be the Vidbutel, the Leclerc Town Center. The second one is the rehabilitation of the VG Beach facilities into a comprehensive facility for commercial recreational activities. And the third one is the Shock Beach facilities under a special purpose vehicle owned by the Invest St. Lucia to set up those three commercial and social centers for the Castries North area. This, Mr. Speaker, is a project that will not only facilitate people from Castries North, but will facilitate all other persons who will visit the community. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, there is an Atlanta-based company, Integral, who have already expressed an interest in the projects and have written asking to sit down to discuss the project moving forward. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention the intention to establish a BZ Safe Spaces Incubation Commercial Center in an area that we believe that we need support for the community and that the people must be given that level of support. Mr. Speaker, there's one project I need to speak to, and that is a project, and exchange is no robbery. The parliamentary representative for Castries Central found a place in Castries North to establish a project. I, as parliamentary representative for Castries North, have found a place in Castries Central to do a project. And Mr. Speaker, the project to which I speak to is the Methodist School Annex, which is being built, almost completed, not with government funds, but rather through the solicitation of private entities to build a 3-classroom and lunchroom facility, wall structure, concrete roofs, built, completed, awaiting windows, and hopefully in September of this year, I will invite the parliamentary representative of Castries Central to join me in the commissioning of the Methodist School Annex. Mr. Speaker, there are just 3 others. Caribel community, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has already taken a decision and have acquired lands in Caribel, which is that small community between Bellevue, Le Passé, and Leclerc, to establish a community center. In Boispatat, Cabinet has already, Mr. Speaker, acquired lands in that area, a building in that area for the establishment, and I speak of Boispatat, Upper Boispatat, rather than Lower Boispatat. Lower Boispatat belongs to the parliamentary representative for Castries Central. In Upper Boispatat, Mr. Speaker, a new community center will be built to complement the sports facility. And I must also inform, Mr. Speaker, of the Castries North Music Project, which has been in operation for the last year and a half. We have not launched it. We want, when the launch is done, that the young people who are being targeted are in a state that the public will appreciate. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to thank the many people who have assisted me, particularly people who have assisted me in assisting the dispossessed, the underprivileged, persons who on a weekly basis we assist with food vouchers. And I'm launching, Mr. Speaker, a program to bring all those patriots together to continue the program in a much bigger way to what I call the coalition of the patriots, to launch the program, Mr. Speaker, to take care of those people who are in need. And so I want to thank all those who have assisted me in the last year since COVID in maintaining this program. I want to thank the public officials, the PS and other officials, Labor Commissioner, DPSs within the department who have worked so hard, so assiduously throughout the years in meeting the mandate of the department, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Ports, Energy and Labor. I want to thank those in my constituency organization, my office, my family, my wife, the people of Castries North, who year after year, election after election, have given me their support and who have the confidence in me, in reposing me with the responsibility to serve them time after time, year after year, election after election. I want to thank them and thank you for the opportunity you have given me to address you. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that we suspend the House for 40 minutes for dinner.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do stand suspended for the next 40 minutes. I put that question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House is suspended for the next 40 minutes.